to welcome you to the Bible course of this TUSIIME Swaleh, was undertaken a study titled Developing Experimental Control Methods and Simulation Models for Solar Cookers with Heat Storage. Our Bible course exam today will proceed as follows. We start with the word of prayer. The Bible course committee will be introduced to the public. We will then have a brief introduction of the supervisors of the candidate. This will be followed by a brief introduction of the candidate. We will have 45 minutes to summarize the work that is completed. We will then introduce the discussant. We will have up to 1 hour to engage with the student, following which the committee will interact with the candidate, which will then be opened out to the public. The committee will then convene to deliberate over the presentation of the candidate, at the end of which there will be a final verdict that will be communicated to the general public. So without spending any more time, we request the colleague in this one to pray for us.
Thank you again. Father, we invite you, Holy Spirit, in this place. May you give him breath of the mind that Father will give us his best. We thank you for it. In Jesus' name.
Thank you very much. I would like to request the Bible Course committee to record their attendance, and I hope that's going on, so that there is a record of that. Okay, so the candidate of the day is has satisfied the requirements to be able to defend his work here. He's gone through the process of submitting a proposal. His work was supported by the department. He's submitted all the required progress reports with the doctoral committee minutes, and duly provided intent and submitted thesis at the end of that notice. He's then gone on to write thesis titled, as already noted, under the supervision of Dr. Karindewa Yenga, Dr. Dennis Omero, Professor Ole Jogan Naida. This thesis was examined by the examiners, and he was awarded an average mark of 74%, which is also categorized as B or good. So he had also published 2 peer-reviewed applications that have been submitted. He's attended and participated in 3 conferences and workshops, and has completed 3 university-wide cross-cutting courses with certificates been recorded, and provided the required progress minutes, total 10 documents. So he therefore fulfills all the requirements that are necessary for a candidate to defend the thesis by research. So the examination committee today is chaired by myself. I'm called Michael Ward. I'm the Dean School of Physical Sciences, chair of this committee. Joining me today are several members of the Bible Course committee. So I have Dr. Bosco Ruru, welcome sir. I have Dr. Daniel Mchibi, welcome sir. I have Dr. John Bosco Neku, welcome sir.
I'm sorry, I don't compliment.
We have Dr. Elizabeth Namisa.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Karidewa Nyenga. Welcome, sir. We have Professor TUSIIME Director. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Nicholas Parekunda. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And lastly, we have Dr. Alex Okelo. Welcome, sir. Okay, so now let's move on to supervisors of the candidates. We'll briefly introduce them. We'll start with Dr. Karidewa Nyenga. Dr. Nyenga is a senior lecturer in the Department of Physics at Makerere University. He holds a PhD from Makerere and MSc in Physics from Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU, in Trondheim, Norway. Dr. Karidewa is actively involved in research in the past 15 years, together with partners from NTNU, Addis Ababa, Dar es Salaam, Mekelle, and Maputo. They have been involved in small-scale thermal energy storage research. Through these research collaborations, modern equipment have been acquired for thermal energy research at the Department of Physics, using funds from EU and NORAD. Dr. Karidewa has supervised 3 PhD students and more than 10 MSc students to completion. Welcome and thank you, sir. Our second supervisor is Dr. Dennis Okelo. Dr. Dennis Okelo is a Ugandan scientist based at Makerere University. He's a senior lecturer at the Department of Physics and is the current head of the Department of Physics since January 2022. Dr. Okelo holds a PhD in Physics from Makerere University obtained in 2013. He also holds an MSc Physics from NTNU and a BSc from Makerere University. He has taught a number of physics courses both at undergraduate and master's level. Dr. Okelo is involved in scientific research with collaborative networks in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Zambia, Norway, Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Mozambique. He has coordinated a number of projects as PI and OPI. Recently, they have concentrated their research on energy storage materials for solar cooking applications. Dr. Okelo has over 20 scientific publications in international peer-reviewed journals since 2014. He's an author and reviewer in many journals. He has supervised 4 PhDs, 12 MSc students to completion. Welcome and thank you, sir. I think we showed you online. Last but not least supervisor is Professor Jogen Naidal. Professor Naidal has a background in physics from Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU then, which was then NTH. And fluid mechanics is Dr. Sien, Dr. Sien from University of Oslo. His research area has been multi-phase flows in pipes, first at Institute for Energy Technology, and later at NTU, where he established a multi-phase flow laboratory with associated experimental and numerical research activities. Professor Naidal has also been active in the area of small-scale renewable energy technology in the last 15 years, and he has collaborated with a group of African universities in a series of MORAD programs. The projects have included development of educational programs, is included at both MSc and PhD level, and a combination of experimental and computational work on solar heat storage systems. Welcome and thank you, sir. I hope it's also online. We apologize for the delay in the connection. The ICT team is on the way to properly bring us up. We'll then move on to our candidate of the day, Mr. TUSIIME Swaleh. Mr. TUSIIME is an assistant lecturer at the Department of Physics in Makerere University. He holds a Master of Science in Physics of Lund University, a Bachelor of Science with Education of Makerere University, and an advanced level certificate of education of Kawempe Secondary School. He is also a fully registered and licensed graduate teacher with the Ministry of Education and Sports. He is also a member of the African Society of Metallurgical Engineers, ASOME, East African Polytechnic College, Jambogo. His research and professional interests include energy storage systems, experimental and computational, as well as teaching and research. Welcome, Mr. TUSIIME, and I will now accord you 45 minutes to tell us why this study has been completed. So very, very clear context and justification for the study that identified clear problem which objectives were associated, clear methodologies that were able to yield the required results. And those results should be able to stick to these basic objectives so that we see that you made substantial contribution to this process. Okay. Thank you very much, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Dean. I'm TUSIIME Swaleh, and I'm here to present work on the title, Developing Experimental Control Methods and Simulation Models for Solar Power Storage. This work was supervised by Dr. from the Department of Physics, Makerere University, Dr. Dennis from the Department of Physics, Makerere University, and Professor Ole Yogen Ido from the Department of Energy and Process Engineering from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. And my presentation will follow the format that is again with the introduction, materials and methods, results and discussion, conclusions and recommendations, and the references. And to start with the background, it is known that when population increases, also the energy demand increases. In developing countries, the major source of energy supply is wood fuel. And the use of wood fuel has a number of associated effects. Some of these effects include the deforestation, more so the continuous use of wood fuel leads to the production of carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas that leads to global warming, and others like accidents in collecting the firewood. In all that, this shows that there is need to resort to renewable energy sources. Some of the renewable energy sources include wind power, solar energy, geothermal, and others, hydropower. Of all the renewable energy sources, it is solar that is available at every point on the Earth's surface during sunshine hours. And that means we need to assess can solar energy meet the world energy demand. From literature, using the measurements made in 1976, they show that the Earth receives a total of 1.29 times 10 power 8 megatons of oil equivalent, and the world energy demand by 2022 was 14,282 megatons of oil equivalent. This shows that solar energy has the potential of meeting the world energy demand if it is harnessed and if it is harnessed efficiently. But of course, solar energy, every location on the earth has a different solar energy potential. And to know that, it can be measured or estimated. There are different methods of estimating solar energy. And after that, then looking at solar energy, it is not available continuously. It's available intermittently. This means that there are periods when you have cloud cover, there will be no sunshine. There are periods when you have rainfall, there will be no sunshine. So in that case, we need to store the solar energy using suitable technologies. Of course, solar energy can be is harnessed in two forms: electrical form and geothermal form, and in the thermal form. For solar cookers, we are interested in the thermal form. And in this case, that means our energy has to be stored in the thermal energy storage systems. At the moment, test systems are not yet widely accepted due to some shortcomings with them. Some of these include the low efficiency, the insulation breakdown, because they work at a temperature above the stability of most material, that's 200 to 350 degrees centigrade. And also, they need to be thermally certified. By thermal certification, this means that if I have a container with hot oil, this oil will have layers of oil at slightly different temperatures. In that case, such a tank is said to be thermally certified. If that oil is mixed up using, for instance, a stick, then that destroys the thermal certification, and in that case, we say that the thermal certification is zero. But from literature and research, it has been found that more thermal energy can be extracted from test systems when they are thermally stratified. And so this work is mainly about thermal certification. And for the test system to be thermally certified, there are different methods of ensuring that. The design of the tank is one issue. From the expressions of thermal certification, they show that if we can have oil at a constant temperature flowing into the test system, then thermal certification is guaranteed. If we can have separate tanks, the cold oil separate from the hot oil, in that case also there is no possibility of the hot oil mixing with the cold oil. That further enhances the thermal certification. Of course, having two tanks can be expensive. If it is narrowed down, we can use also one single tank, and this single tank can have a sliding piston in between that separates hot oil on one side from the cold oil on the other side. All those are methods of ensuring that the system is thermally certified. To begin with, the energy transfer has to be controlled, and the easiest way is to have ensuring that oil at a given temperature enters the test system that is having a mechanical thermostat or a thermostat that can ensure that. This brings us to our problem statement, which states that solar radiation received at the surface is intermittent in nature. This affects the charging of the thermal storage system because charging temperature keeps varying. This further makes it difficult to achieve thermal certification in the storage tank, which is required so that more thermal energy can be extracted from it. To ensure charging at a constant temperature, a thermostat is required. However, such are rarely available on the market, an independent study has been done to explore the use of a mechanical thermostat in the charging and energy storage system. This brings me to my main objective, which is to develop experimental control methods and simulation models for oil-based test systems, and which can be broken down into 3 objectives for my case, and that is, the first is to develop a suitable thermal charge controller for charging a test system at a fairly constant temperature. This thermostat will be deployed in a 3-tank system. So in my second objective, is to develop a 3-tank storage system with a cooking unit, and this 3-tank I will charge it using the developed mechanical thermostat, and then discharge it to ascertain the energy it's stored. Also, since this is for 3-tank, on a lower scale, a 1-tank is required, and some work on this was done, and so in this case we had to develop a one-dimensional dynamic model for charging an artificially certified test system. By artificially, in this case, it means that we are forcing the stratification by putting a separating division between the tank, separate the hot oil from the cold oil. As you said, that solar energy is available intermittently, that means some energy has to be stored. And it is known that if energy is stored, if energy is transferred at a lower rate, we have more energy losses. So a fast charging of test system is essential due to the intermittent nature of solar energy. This requires a suitable suitable control technologies like the thermal charge controller. More so, these test systems have to be thermally certified, and the different all tanks are using a thermostat with separate tanks, and the purpose of this is to enhance the efficiency so that they are easily adopted compared to other cooking or alternatives. More so, these control technologies are always expensive, and therefore to minimize accidents and errors when you are using them and building them, this makes it necessary to have simulations or models that are run fast to reduce on the accidents and the losses that will come. And the significance of my the results is that this thermostat that we develop would promote the use of test systems which do not emit greenhouse gases, hence they combat climate change, which is in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 13. More so, the test system, the 3-tank system, it ensures a clean cooking environment, which is also in line with SDG number 3. More so, solar energy is available on a daily basis on the Earth's surface. This also means that if we resort to using it, this is a sustainable system. That's in accordance to the SDG number 3. And also, these results, our results can enhance someone, investors to decide whether they can invest more on energy research or not, and that is in accordance to the Uganda Vision 2040. My conceptual framework, since this work, this helps to combine all my 3 objectives. They are about thermal certification, which can be attained using a thermostat in the first objective, which can also be enhanced using the 3 tanks, which will have separate tanks, and also on a lower scale, we can have a single tank with a piston which separates the oil from cold oil, and some work has been done on the geometry of the storage tank. We need going for that. This takes me now to my materials and methods for the first objective, that's developing the mechanical thermostat. This mechanical thermostat, here we have each schematic diagram. It has 4 parts: the heating chamber, the expansion system, which is a copper coil with a tap on one end, and the other end is going to a pneumatic cylinder. The third component is the slider valve, which could open to let hot oil move to the test system, or close to prevent hot oil from moving to the test system. Also, it has the adjusting knob, which includes the distance between the pneumatic cylinder and the slider valve, because this will help us to set the charging temperature. The components of this were developed separately one by one, and how they work together. In the beginning, when valve 1 is opened, the oil in the cold oil tank will flow to the bottom of the heating chamber until it attains the same level. When the power supply is switched on, the oil at the bottom will get heated and raised to the top. At the top here, this oil will get in contact with the copper coil, with the oil in the copper coil, and that oil will expand, and therefore this pneumatic cylinder, its piston will move downwards. When it moves downwards, it forces this slider valve to open and let this hot oil flow to the test system. When oil flows to the test system, the oil level here lowers down, and therefore more cold oil flows into the test system to maintain that oil level. In doing that, this oil that has come in is at a lower temperature, which will lead to the contraction of the oil in the expansion system. When the oil contracts with the help of this return spring, the slider valve will be forced to close and prevent this less hot oil from moving to the test system. In that case, the thermostat can ensure that only oil at a specific temperature moves to the test system. These components were constructed as shown here. This is the schematic diagram of the slider valve. When it is closed, when it is open, and when it is closed. And this is what we constructed. The slider valve that is inside is as shown here. The expansion system is as shown here, whereby this acts as a sensor at the same time as an actuator. In the control system, there is a sensor which senses something, and then there is an actuator which responds to what the sensor has sensed. In this case, when this oil part is in the hot oil, the oil inside the copper coil will expand, and this piston will move out. In this expansion system is the crucial part in my mechanical thermostat. And we had to calibrate it so that we know our cooking temperature begins from 200, our storage temperature begins from 200 degrees centigrade and above. So beyond 200, it should not expand more than necessary, because it could break if it goes beyond some limit. So we had to measure what would this piston rod extend by when we are at a temperature of around 200. So this on the right here, we are measuring the extension of the piston rod when we have heated the oil in this part of the copper oil to a temperature of 200 and above. And that was helping us to test this expansion system. And even more so, that helped us to decide at what position here should we drill for the hot oil to pass. Because it could expand more than necessary, and then it breaks the parts of the slider valve. The adjusting knob helps us to set the charging temperature, and these are the knobs. We adjust them manually. They help to set the charging temperature by increasing the distance between the slider valve and the pneumatic cylinder. These components were assembled together, and we can see this is the cold oil tank, and the valve 1. This is the heating chamber, which is shown clearly here, and how it's connected to the slider valve. The expansion system, how it is connected to the slider valve. And in this case, we measure temperature at the bottom of the heating chamber, at the top of the heating chamber, and temperature of oil at the slider valve. In this thermostat, the equations governing are the flow of oil from the cold oil tank to the heating chamber, where this is the difference in pressure, the length moved by the oil, the velocity of the oil, density of the oil, the diameter of the pipes, and that's a which are constant. For the heating chamber, the energy supplied is used to heat the oil in the heating chamber from temperature T3 to temperature T1. This is the flow rate V, the heat capacity C, and density rho. Also, this energy, part of the energy supplied is used to heat the surrounding environment, and in that case, this caters for that, whereby T is the ambient temperature. Capital T here represents the average temperature of the system, which in this case will be T1 plus T3 divided by 2. AS is the surface area of the heating chamber, and U is the U value. The U value represents the ratio of the energy loss to the energy in the system. The expansion system, which is crucial for this mechanical thermostat, depending on discipline, whereby this is the volume of oil being heated, AH, and this is the volume which has, this is the extra volume, that change in the volume after heating when we have a temperature change delta T. Alpha is the coefficient of volume expansion. In this case, we measure the temperatures and volume using thermocouples and thermocouples. Moving to my third objective, after developing the mechanical thermostat, we employed it in the 3-tank system, which we constructed it locally. The 3 tanks are the cold oil tank, the storage tank, and the drainage tank. How they work together, in this case, our mechanical thermostat is here with valve 1 open. Oil goes from tanker 1 through the mechanical thermostat, which makes sure the oil is at a given temperature and it flows to the storage tank. In this case, we measured temperature in the storage tank and in the heating chamber with the aim of estimating the charging efficiency. When it is charged, in that case, valve 1 which was an estimates of, now we can use it to charge, to cool. Why did we do that? Because we had to ascertain the energy that is in the test system. Because when you store energy, what is its purpose? Its purpose is, can it be used for the intended use, that's for cooking. So in this case, we discharge this tank by opening valve 1, and this oil flows through the cooking unit to the drainage tank. When this oil passes through the cooking unit, energy is lost from the oil to the cooking unit, and that lost energy is the one that is used for cooking. And this used oil can be, this oil after passing through the cooking unit can be used by pumping it back up in the oil tank. During the discharge process, we measured the temperature of oil entering the cooking unit, of the oil leaving the cooking unit, and the temperature of the oil in the cooking pot. These tanks were constructed with these dimensions, and the cooking unit that was adopted is as shown in this schematic, where hot oil comes in to the bottom of the cooking pot, and then it overflows the midpoint to the outer pot, and then when it is in the outer pot, then it flows to the drainage tank. The dimensions of these pots are given in this table here as shown, and this is the photograph of the cooking unit that we constructed. The cooking units were assembled with the 3 tanks, and this is our experimental setup: the cold tank and the valve where the oil flows to the mechanical thermostat, and then this mechanical thermostat sends it to the storage tank, and then to the cooking unit, and then to the drainage tank. Now, after constructing this and charging it, we had to study the discharge powers. That is, how much energy has it supplied to the cooking unit. That's given by this, because the oil that is moving from the hot oil tank flows through the cooking unit, and the input temperature was T in. This helps us to estimate the energy that the hot oil has supplied to the cooking unit. This cooking unit when oil passes through it, coming in temperature T in and moving out to temperature T out, it retains some energy. The energy absorbed by the cooking unit is this absorbed thermal power given by equation 5. That absorbed power, the whole of it does not reach the cooking pot. So what is the cooking pot is what we term the cooking power, and is estimated by equation 6, whereby T is time taken for the water temperature to reach T water. And when the oil has passed through the cooking unit, it moves to the drainage tank. Of course, it's not at ambient, but at some temperature, and therefore you lose some energy to the drainage tank, and that energy is estimated by equation 7, whereby T is temperature of oil moving out of that. Now, these results, these values were used to estimate the discharge efficiency. Moving to our third objective, where we considered a low-scale system, whereby if someone is to use a single tank, that is cheaper, and in that case we developed a one-dimensional dynamic model for charging an artificially certified single test system. This model has two options for two saturation loops. In the beginning, when the pump is switched on and have the heat source, oil flows in this direction. As it passes through the heat source, it simply keeps on increasing up to the preset value. When it is at the preset value, the thermostat senses that and opens to let this hot oil flow to the storage tank. When it flows in this tank, it pushes this piston, and the piston also pushes the cold oil to move back, to move to the saturation loop. This brings in cold oil, and therefore the thermostat will say that the temperature is lower than the preset value, and it will block it. So this oil again is heated again to the preset value, and then it opens. That cycle repeats itself until when the solid tank is charged. This model was based on the conservation of mass, momentum, and energy. And in this case, since we used oil with fixed density, with fixed cross-sectional area of the pipe, the mass balance terms, and these two of momentum, this term caters for the force supplied by the pump, which is balanced by the frictional force and force of gravity in moving the liquid in the system. In this case, this is for energy balance. The energy supply is used to heat or do work against the external pressure and the surrounding environment. It's also taken away by the moving fluid. What remains is either increases or decreases the internal energy, which is responsible for changes in temperature. They may increase or decrease. And this equation was now discretized using the forwarding, time forwarding in space to get equation 11. Our system in one dimension, we break it into dots of lines, and those dots of lines we keep updating the temperature in each of each point in a given loop during the simulation. So equation 11 shows how we are updating the temperature, and the terms Q loss and Q convection are given by equation 12 and 13. The results obtained from our simulation model were compared with the experimental results, and in most cases we get the error difference, because our aim is to minimize the error difference between the experimental results and the experimental and the simulation results. The most common error expressions used are the absolute mean bias error, given by equation 14, root mean square error, given by equation 15, and the mean absolute error, given by equation 16. These were calculated and compared with the results in literature. Moving to the results and discussions, for my first objective, which was developing the mechanical thermostat. And the first thing we did, as I said, our key component in mechanical thermostat is the expansion system. And so we had to test our expansion system to decide at what point will the piston have moved, so that when we are at our desired temperature, which is 200 and above. So this diagram shows that when we heated it and cooled it, we obtained this graph which shows that at a temperature of 200 and above, our epsilon would have moved to 2.5 centimeters. This helps us to decide where to drill for the hot oil to pass through the piston rod, the slider valve. Now after testing this, then it was assembled and we began to get our results for the mechanical thermostat. Remember, we measured temperature at the top of the heating chamber, at the bottom of the heating chamber, and temperature of oil moving moving to the test system. In this case here, we measured, we began with an arbitrary chosen temperature, and that was 116. This temperature we chose to choose the value when the thermostat opened the first time. There are reasons why it may oscillate. I mean, it increases due to differences in energy losses. They are different for each opening because we are heating the environment. Now, in this case here, the blue line represents the temperature of oil at the top of the heating chamber. It keeps on increasing up to when it reaches the preset value. At the preset value, the slider valve opens, and then the green one represents the temperature of oil at the slider valve, which has opened. When it opens, oil begins to flow to the test system, and here we can see the volume of the oil, this dotted blue, volume of the oil increases. When it opens for hot oil to move out, cold oil comes in and it lowers the temperature, and that's why we have this drop here. When this drop happens, the oil in the expansion system contracts, and therefore the slider valve closes itself to prevent that oil from moving to the test system. In that case, that's how we see here there is a decrease in the volume that is flowing through the slider valve, and more so the heating repeats again. This cycle repeats itself continuously until when the heater is switched off. We see this dotted black line. This is temperature at the bottom of the heating chamber. We would expect this to be constant because that's where the oil from the cold tank comes in from. But we see there are some kinks here. These kinks are due to the conduction, the heat conduction of the top oil that's in the heating chamber. That's why you see they correspond to the peak. When it is a peak here, we can have a kink. When it is a peak here, then you have a kink. This was repeated for various charging temperatures, which are obtained by adjusting the adjusting knob. So, and in that case, we got a similar trend for the temperature of 150 degrees centigrade, for temperature of 230 degrees centigrade. The trend is the same, but the changes are the flow rate is changing automatically. If I go back briefly, in this case we see the flow rate was at 13.3, in this case it was at 11.7, in this case it was at 3.4. This average flow rate is changing on its own automatically. And also we see that the variations in temperature, they're also decreasing with the increase in the charging temperature. In this case, so we decided to decrease the flow rate manually by partially opening valve 1, and when we did that, then we were able to obtain an average constant temperature of 200 degrees centigrade. And this shows that our mechanical thermostat, at least it can be used to charge a test system at an average constant temperature. Now this mechanical thermostat was now employed in the 3-tank test system, which was my second objective. After constructing the 3-tank system, we charged it using the mechanical thermostat. In that case, here we have the temperature of the oil in the storage tank during charging the 3-tank system, and temperature of oil at the top of the heating chamber in the thermostat. The temperature of oil in the storage tank was measured and used to estimate the quantity of energy in that oil. And when that quantity of energy is divided by the supplied electric energy, we obtain a charging efficiency of 51.3. That was the charging efficiency that we obtained. obtained. After charging the storage tank, we had to discharge it through the cooking unit, and these are the temperatures for the temperature time graphs for different flow rates of 6.5, 2.8, 2.1, 0.5. In this case here, the blue one represents temperature of oil in the storage tank. The green one, the noted green, represents temperature of oil that is entering the cooking unit, and this represents temperature of oil that is leaving the cooking unit. The noted black represents temperature of water in the cooking pot. Because in the cooking pot, we place a half liter of water, and that's what we use to test the cooking. We observed that here that at the flow of 6.5, we had water attaining the boiling point after 4.4 minutes. When the flow rate is decreased, water attains the boiling point of 95.4 after 6.9 minutes. At the flow rate of 2.1, which is lower, water attains the boiling point of 95.4 after 29 minutes. And at 0.5, the water could not attain boiling point. And these temperatures were used to estimate the energy, to estimate the discharge powers. And those discharge powers were plotted as shown here. This is the this shows the discharge power for against time for the supplied thermal energy and the energy lost to the burning tank. And when you look at this for the 6.5 flow rate, the supplied thermal energy tends to be a constant value, increasing to a constant value, and the energy lost to the burning tank is increasing rapidly for the high flow rate. This means in between here we have maximum absorption, and the difference between this supplied thermal power and the lost thermal power gives us the thermal loss, the energy lost by the oil in the cooking pot, and that energy which has received by the cooking pot is the one that's used for cooking. When you look at it here for the 6.5 flow rate, we see that 1,500 watts that were received, only 500 reached the cooking pot. And that means there is more energy losses in the cooking unit, in the cooking pot. So these were used to estimate the discharge efficiency, and in this case here we see that for the 6.5 flow rate, when water attains boiling point after 4.4 minutes, the oil that has flown through that will be 1.72 kilograms of oil that has flown through the cooking unit. This oil was coming in at a temperature of 200 and moving out at a temperature of 150. This can give us how much energy the oil has lost, and that was the 203.4 watt hour. This is the energy which the cooking unit has received. And of this, from the estimation that we know 0.5 liters of water requires 40.9 watt hours to attain boiling point. And when this is valued by this energy, we get a discharge efficiency of 19.0. And this was repeated for the different flow rates where we attain boiling point, and so that the maximum discharge efficiency we attained was 32.5 watts. And after the three-tank system, we then had to move to our one-dimension dynamic model, which uses one tank, and in that model, which had two loops. In the first loop, the oil was saturating and increasing in its temperature. Here we have the comparison of the experimental data and simulation data. In this case here, the red one represents temperature at the thermostat, the green one temperature at the hot end of the storage tank, and the yellowish one the temperature at the cold end of the tank. In this case here, when temperature was temperature of oil that was passing through the mechanical thermostat was increasing, it reached a preset value, and then the thermostat opened, letting the oil flow into the tank. In doing so, the temperature of oil on the hot end increased. This is the green one. And when the hot oil entered into the storage tank, cold oil on the other end entered into the saturation, you lower its temperature. When it lowers its temperature, the thermostat blocks it, and that cycle repeats itself, hence having these screws here. This happens until when the piston has reached the cold end. As you can see, there is a slight increase here, and the heater was switched, the power supply was switched off. That's why you have these temperatures falling down. We consider this charging part only, and we see that the experimental data, which is full lines, the full line is in red, in green, and in yellow, and the simulated data is the dotted line is in red, in green, and in yellow. We see here there is a closer relationship, but the closeness cannot be quantified properly using the visual validation. So in this case, we had two data sets. This is the first data set, this is the second data set. So using the statistical validation, we obtained the values for absolute mean Bayes error, root mean square error, and mean absolute percentage error. The range of the values we obtained are as shown here, and those in literature are as shown here. And in this case, we find that the ranges obtained and the ranges in literature are the same, which implies that they intersect. Not the same, but they intersect. When they intersect, it means that we have obtained the same value. I'll give an example. If we are measuring maybe the length of the phone using a vernier caliper and using a ruler, when you measure, you have an error, plus or minus something, which is a range. If you get the same range, that means you have got the same value. If the range doesn't intersect, we say everybody got different values. In this case, that's why we say we got the same range as those in literature. So in conclusion, I can say here that since our first objective was to develop a mechanical thermostat that can charge a test system at a fairly constant temperature, in this case here, we were able to develop a charge controller that will charge a test system at a fairly constant temperature of 200 plus or minus 9 degrees centigrade. More so, this mechanical thermostat was deployed in the 3-tank system, and in the 3-tank system, we were able to charge it using a mechanical thermostat with a charging efficiency of 1.3, and the maximum discharge efficiency was 32.5. The 1D dynamic model, which uses only 1 tank, which is on a lower scale. In this case, our model was developed successfully with the MBA value, with the absolute mean Bayes error, root mean square error, and the mean absolute percentage errors in those ranges which intersected with those in literature. And in that case, we say our model was a successful one. To recommend, not everything was moving perfectly as we expected. Of course, the developed thermostat and the 3-tank system is being designed for the solar system, but we tested it using AC mains. So there is need to test it using direct solar heat. More so, our thermosensor, our expansion system, which is the key component of the mechanical thermostat, had copper coils that were thick. These copper coils, when they are thick, they require a large quantity of oil. This could be improved by using thinner copper coils. More so, this also improves the thermosensitivity. And lastly, the graphical user interface. Not everybody is a good programmer, so we normally develop a graphical user interface so that that program that has been developed is easier to use by everyone. My references were that, and this work was published in the Tanzania Journal of Science. I would like to acknowledge the knowledge through the Energy and Petroleum MP project at the Department of Physics for sponsoring this project. I also would like to acknowledge the PhD students I worked with in this program in the different universities, that is University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, University of Mekele in Ethiopia, University of Edward Mondlane in Mozambique, and the NTNU, of course, and Makerere University. And I would also like to acknowledge the support I received from the laboratories of Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Of course, also the labs in Makerere University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swaleh, for that insightful presentation. We'll now move on to the next stage of this process, which is the interaction with the discussant. Please, we need to move to a more comfortable position. Maybe, yes, everybody can sit this way. Once again, welcome Dr. James McGill, who is our discussant today. And I'd like to briefly introduce Dr. McGill. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy of Makerere University. He's one of the development of an appropriate solar radiation map in Uganda. He also holds an MSc at Makerere University, where he worked on diffuse and beam solar radiation on the surface. And prior to that, he also held PhD at Makerere University with subjects mathematics, physics, and psychology. He has wide experience including teaching undergraduate courses include solid state physics, material science, solar energy and optics. Taught graduate courses and groups and methods and classical electrodynamics and supervised several subjects. So he's an examiner of several universities, including Makerere, Makerere University, National School of Business and Technologies in Uganda, and so on. He's participated in the group of journal articles and chapters over several years, several journals that include solar energy at Sophia, applied energy to Sophia, chemical product and processing, modeling impact in electronic express, African Journal of Biotechnology, Journal of Agricultural Science and Technology, Journal of Computer Applications, Bench Journal, Sustainable Technologies and Assessment, Solar Terrestrial Physics, Institute of Electrical and Electronics, Linear Systems Journal, among others. He's also written several scientific articles, published with journals, several media, authored 2 books in the field of information technology. He's affiliated International Solar Energy Society, as well as Project Management Institute, Information Systems Audit and Control Association, and Chartered Management Institute of Economics. Thank you very much, Dr. Milo. Welcome once again. And I will now give them to 1 hour to interact with the candidate.
Thank you, Chair. I've told the candidate to have a slide to show you. And when I scrutinize that setup, especially the one on the left, I see a number of facets of physics being at play, including manipulated thermodynamics. I'm seeing solar physics in there, a bit of mechanics and special attention on fluid dynamics. But mentioned by a few. But we need to understand the works involved in the study. And by moving this journey, we need to appreciate the planning phase of which the plan is set up. Execution involved. Monitoring and also set up, including take us through from the summary that will give us the presentation up to the level of the product. So I acknowledge the three specific objectives that govern the study that you carried out. And they are linked to the main objective, which is to develop experimental control methods and simulation models for the all-based test system. I'm hoping that the deliberation of this session that we are in right now found that we can be working. I've listened to your presentation. You've shared another copy of the present study, broken down into the introduction, literature review, materials and methods, results and discussion, and then also briefly take us through the conclusion and recommendations. So I'll proceed to engage you, hopefully, in a constructive scholarly manner, and we will also discuss the merits and demerits of the works that constitute the study. Maybe to start off, let's elaborate on the relationship between the title. So you have the title, you have the main objective, the general objective, and then you have the special objective. We want to appreciate that relationship. The title, the main objective, and the so tell us the
Okay, the title developing experimental control methods and simulation models for solar plants. I've been from down for heat storage and solar plants. So solar building is intermittent and it needs to be stored. And if it is restored, then you have the solar plants and heat storage to enhance its use during the interactions in the atmosphere and climate. Now, of course, as I say, that during the storage, it is required. It is better to store that energy as fast as possible, because when you store energy taking longer, you lose more energy. That requires control techniques. These control technologies, and these control technologies, of course, if you look at the solar energy is harnessed in two forms: electrical, of course, we know when you are charging the battery charger, which controls to make sure the energy is transferred faster and efficiently. And now, in this case, also the thermal energy system, also we need to regulate that energy transfer. And the control technology comes into that. Of course, this control technology is experimental. But of course, as we know, control systems are usually expensive, and if you can't play much with something which is expensive unless you are sure of what you are doing, because you make more losses. So in that case, to minimize that, that's when the simulation aspect comes in. Because you may say, what if I try these various options? You cannot try those various options when you expect accidents and errors in this control system, which is expensive. So it's better you first test them by simulation or in any model that is available. You can develop one, and then after that, then you can say, hey, this one is worth testing it practically. So in that case, I have experimental control methods for charging the test system, and then also the simulation method. The simulation model comes in because of that as in the experimental part. I don't know whether I have the idea has come on. Okay.
Yes, that's true. But I just wanted to ask briefly to say that yes, I have this title. For me to achieve that, I need to do this at the general level. That's the main objective. And then for me to achieve the main objective, I need to do 1, 2, 3.
Okay, let's see. For my title, development experimental control methods and simulation models for solar panel storage. Of course, my main objective is a summary of the title. So in most cases, they are similar, but it's not the same. And so to achieve that, then I look at the available options practically, because you can't force yourself to do something which is not easily available. So on the available options, we had to develop a mechanical transfer with the available locomotive. Of course, there's one part which is not local available, the MATC. So that makes me develop the first objective, that is develop a mechanical thermostat. After developing it, then why have you developed it? To charge a test system that's the charge. So I had to test it with the three-tank system, which I had to build and test and charge. But after charging it, the purpose is not just charging, just to store energy. Energy is stored to be used. So I had to also say, why don't I discharge it and assess whether the energy is there. So in that case, I have to develop a that system with a cooking unit whereby I can discharge that energy. But of course, these are 3 tanks. Not everybody can afford the 3 tanks. Is there an option for a lower scale system? In that case, there's an option for the single tank, which was already developed somewhere, and so I had to go for the simulation to see whether the various options I can play with to improve.
The first time when I looked at the video initially, and saw something like experimental control methods, then I looked at the objective and so on. I had a problem. But then later on, when I went further into the project, I was able to see information that would have to support the control method aspect of the type. But now I'm quite to go chapter by chapter, so I'll just take your document and the documents are the same. Oftentimes there are times when the documents are tested. I'll just confirm with that. So I will be quoting some pages to look at these statements like certification or comment on. Starting with the background and problem statement is something on page 1, it's just on the right-hand notes. There is a statement, it's a reference by IEA 2022. It says the major world energy sources include coal, natural gas, hydropower, nuclear, biofuel, and waste. Now, biofuel and waste, do you think they are the same, or one is a subset of the other? Should you take the reference as it is, or should you, as this level, take the equitable? So, can you comment on that?
Of course, biofuels and waste, they will be the same if the waste is also, if the waste is decomposable. But if the waste is more of inorganic material, it's not bio-waste. For instance, if we are doing some experiment in the lab and then after running our reagents, then they are thrown away. Living things cannot survive in there, that's not bio-waste. Of course it is waste. But of course it may be used to generate energy in batteries. So in that case I feel it can remain like that.
I think I agree with you on that. Now there is a statement within the document that although right now the world is a very especially promising solution to world energy demand, especially in developing countries. It goes further to say that intermittent nature of solar energy makes it necessary to use it with energy storage system. This means solar energy has to be converted to other energy forms of storage capacities. This is just to appreciate the classification, of the study. Further, in page 4, the statement which says that sufficient thermal energy required to cook as listed in meals needs to be transferred and stored in the test system for at least 24 hours. So my question here is this from a reference or is it your own assertion that 24 hours to cook a meal?
Just because on average, a normal person, if he's a meal, there's a trend of eat a meal 2 meals a day. And you never say the management perspective. Maybe if you are too busy, at least 1 meal a day. And if you then spend 4 minutes and you have to rely on the solar cooker, that's when the person will say, okay, if you have the solar cooker which is reliable, at least the minimum for it to be functional, and you say, at least I have something I can use to cook, will be invented for if it has to have energy that you use to cook a meal, 24, maybe 1 or 24 hours. In that case, that statement, as I was reading in different pages, I landed on it, and then when I tried to digest it, that was mine.
Okay, I think that's where now you need to, because if you think it from this, they're expected you to cite results. But if it's all assumption, then that's another story. Because right now I can see the difference you are reflecting. But having said that, the statement that that's a good justification of your work. So on page 6, that the available thermostats on the market is now justifying the issue of thermostats. The available thermostat in the market contains electronics and plastic components that are not suitable for high temperatures. Because your work involves high temperatures. High temperatures encountered in the test, they need to develop a thermal charge controller that is triggered mechanically. This is just a justification of work you're doing. But if we go down to the objectives, justification, and significance, when you discussed the two, justification and significance, when you make the presentation, I noticed it's as if you made some changes. Because when I read in the document, I felt that what was in the significance supposed to be justification vice versa. But it looks like what you presented a few minutes ago, they are a little different. But that is something that we need to take. Because in my opinion, significance should basically be mentioned in the importance and impact of the study, and how it contributes to the field and benefits stakeholders. That is significance. The justification is about mentioning the reason for the study, addressing the gaps in knowledge and gap audits by board. That is just for taking. Now, when we go to the military view, page 11, we refer to section 2.1.1. This is something for you to think about. We have that title, the right heading, World Energy Demand. Now, when I read the content that is within that section, I don't feel that world, that global sense. So how about if we address just energy demand? That is something for you to think about. That's just it.
Also, it works because energy is used by the world. So, energy demand is used.
Then, page 13, and the page is as follows. There is a statement again, solar energy is distributed over the electromagnetic spectrum in the wavelength range of 250 to 2,500 nanometer. That's right? Yes. As shown in the figure, figure 2.2.
Yes.
Now my problem is that when you look elsewhere in the text, you're quoting, well, in the figure it's mercury. And then in the text it's nanometer. And my problem is that, and I suggest that you maintain segments. If you decide to use a micro, how about if you convert the others? I know you may have just quoted them from text, but for consistency, that is something that you can consider. That's consistency. Then, with respect to 20 to 21, referring to section 231. You attempted to question of energy storage technologies. And I think that the title is not quite clear. So I propose that you review that section to ensure clarity of the classification of the energy storage technologies. So that is something that you can look at.
So in this case, I was looking at the available energy storage technologies, and then I only had to concentrate on the thermal aspect.
Okay, the thing is that maybe it's just the structure of the segments. If, for instance, you read under 2.3.1, many of the existing and emerging technologies can potentially be adapted to convert light energy into other forms of energy for storage purposes. The main ones include electrochemical storage batteries, chemical conversion to mechanical energy now. That's one of the chemical conversion is one of the technologies. Conversion to mechanical energy and storage. I think it's just the one. Just look at the text and bring it up. Then when we look at page 21 and page 26, dividing the sections 2, 3 to 1. 2, 3 to 1, and then 2, 3 to 3. Temperarizing and cooling. I think that is under section 2.1. Temperatizing and cooling. Okay. Then section 2.3.3, we have heat absorbed. When heat is absorbed, it's temperatizing, right? When heat is released, that's cooling. So my question is, because now these are referring to two different technologies, there are sensible heat storage, there are thermochemical process. So can you differentiate between them? If at all there is need. Because they all involve cooling, temperizing, cooling, but in different words.
Yes, now this image of energy changes on the scale of the material. Now for the sensible heat, because we are this 2.3.1 is about sensible heat storage. The other one is about thermochemical heat storage, and that's why the other one is talk of endothermic, exothermic. That part of the endothermic is to do with the chemistry. And in this case here, we are not dealing with the chemistry, because here we are dealing with phonons. Because if I have particles together, those particles are vibrating, those vibrations constitute phonons.
But what's the end product? But at the end of it all, what we get?
It's all about energy storage, energy transfer, energy being lost energy. Now, if I look at it, in this case of sensible heat, the atoms are intact. In the chemical perspective, chemistry lies between the electrons surrounding an atom. So if there are energy changes, then we have chemical kinetics, and so we have, and it can lead to release of energy that's chemical now, and that's where we have the endothermic and the exothermic. Of course, there are mixed ups still.
Now, if someone says to adopt the sensible thermal energy storage system, that's one person, and then another person takes the other person. Will they have different outcomes from the plant?
It's possible
In
to
terms
have
of what comes out of those systems. Because I think at the end of the day, they will both store,
yes.
and then we'll be able to allow usage of the sensible.
But the other one there are chemical changes, and these chemical changes, with the time, they react with impurities that are
So
around.
now, because you said you actually went ahead to use CESCO, I think that's the one you have to use. Why? Why shouldn't you have taken it?
Why is it that the CESCO, it is because the CESCO uses materials that are cheap, and it requires, you can say, less science. Yet the chemical requires chemistry, that is taking place. Otherwise, if you are using it and you're not sure of the chemistry that is taking place in the engineering.
Okay, then that you would have included that kind of material as justification for your choice. That's what I'm going to understand. Now we have content from page 26 to 29. 26 to 29, section 2, 3. So heat transfer fluids for the solar system. Heat transfer fluids for solar systems. I expected a review of these 6 categories. I think you wrote down 6 categories of heat transfer fluids, and I would have expected a review of these categories, citing challenges. You simply dumped them down. But we would have gone a little bit if at all, state the challenges. Each basis as justification for your choice. Because at the end of it all, you chose to go with a certain category. So you state all these, yes, we appreciate that. But are there challenges in some of them that determine your choice? So
Actually, in this case, I try to calculate the depending on the temperature. They operate because if I can just review the first one was on air and gases, they going at a lower temperature. And then there was water and steam. When it is water, that's not exceeding 100. If you try to exceed, even is pressurized systems. And for thermal oil is also depend on the smoke point, because when you hit them beyond a given value, they begin to produce smoke, and you don't want to reach that point. The organic fuels, these ones they are not yet fully used on I think only one group is using. But they also operate at lower temperature. This one will work and solar.
So maybe
Solar water it does. The last one for liquid metals is when they have a very high temperature, like for solar towers. Of course, everything depends on operating temperature. That's what I was concentrating on. But now I get your point. I should also emphasize the challenge. Why did I choose one?
because you have to attempt to take some of them, but I think for consistency, if you have the confidence, say one, then just become a closing statement at the bottom, put another closing statement at the bottom, so that at the end of it, you say now we started going to this choice, given this aspect. We look at 24 and 34. There's a very, because they said another to call what is so we believe in fact that started and others 2018. Now the writer compared for that concept. Well, write up by you, but maybe reference to And then there's one on page 34, it says author. Now, just in clarity here, if you look at the two write-ups, the one that you quoted from that author, the program, I'll use this word, programmation, involving small and big block tables. About experience. And there seems to be a contradiction in performance. Why? When you look at the first one, it talks of that the research shows that the small tables in text have a faster rate of temperature rise and perform data. Small tables. And then when you go to page 34, he constructed two block-based test systems where one was filled with small tables and the other with large tables. Their research showed that large size, remember that is small, large size block tables provide better thermal stratification. It's all about performance. You say, is able, do you think there's a contradiction? You get the point? That the small table their size, good performance. Then that's the other side to performance.
And now it depends on what performance I consider. Now there is performance in terms of energy transfer. There is performance in terms of stratification in number. Because I remember there was more on stratification in terms of the size. That's why we talk about energy and exercise. Now in my view, the smaller ones, they absorb energy faster, but they also use it faster. The larger ones, they absorb energy at a lower pace. Also, they use energy at a lower pace. I think he said that the larger ones enhance thermal stratification more than the smaller ones.
So when someone wins, it's about performance. But I think it's up to you to see how you can present it so that it's something that is a contradiction. And it's not enough just having the two different parts of the project, because of it's okay. But they can try to do it around that so that it's something that
and why it was like that? Because in my tutorial review, I had a part where we can explain the part and then I had a section of the simulation. So that's why I separated the simulation part and then experimental part.
But the two are in the same article.
Yes, yes.
Okay, you know your presentation, you attempted to let us know what certification you are about. When you look at page 35, maybe just page 35, that's a general question. Why is certification for the systems?
Why is certification good for a system?
Thermal energy system.
Suppose from the work of Bella, someone from Swaleh and from his work when you try to look at it, it's like about the other. So you want to show that when they have a system with built at a high temperature and this building is left to settle on its own, because when later on we shall have the water, oil on top, and the rest of hot oil at the bottom. In that case, if you decide to extract energy from it, in thermal form, you get more energy than if you have it mixed up. More so on that, there are two forms of charging this system. I can have, like in the model, I can have a heater and my storage, and I keep saturating this oil in the heater to the storage, in the heater until when the heavy part of that saturated oil is at a given temperature. That is continuous charging. I can also charge step by step, that I read a given quantity of oil, a given temperature, then transfer it. With a given quantity of oil, to a given temperature, then transfer it, as it was for the case of biomechanical thermostat. And now in both cases, I'll say both cases are different. Now in the first one, thermocertification is lost always, and most of the work are done by that part which is saturated. And in this case, when we're trying to move to enhance thermal certification, then we found that if we can charge a small quantity and ensure what that's when we can enhance thermal certification. In that case, if I have both tanks, this is mixed and this is not mixed. According to Hela, this one is not mixed to give you more energy.
What about according to you? What's your experience in certification? Yes. Present the work that where certification involved. So what's your experience?
Of certification. Of course, we haven't got a clear experiment on only one part, so that part that separates. This term was mixed up and we tried to extract energy from it. This term was not mixed up and we tried to extract energy from it. In literature, all of them, everybody has done this own work. This one was saturating, that's mixing up. This one was saturating, and all of them have their own efficiency. Now, my problem was how to compare my work with the work of Maui, where the charging was different. The comparison, I don't see it as a good comparison. So actually I did get, I haven't yet got a proper result in your data in literature to compare with properly of my work in terms of my certification. Remember also when you are going to do that work, it's like you say, oh, why do you have to do it before you see it in literature? But people literature also everybody is doing this part separately. If you have one thing similar, the mechanism is different. I don't know whether.
Yes.
So in my view, I feel when it is thermally certified,
and I think if you look at what you've written, there seems to be proof that certification is actually very fast. The results that we got. And so, that issue of efficiency, how we handle it. Now, on page 35, is the statement, which I think is good information. Overall efficiency of the solar system can be given as a product of the efficiencies of the different components through which the term energy propagates. Because I can see how the thermostat build around the efficiency there. You have your other components, the expansion system and all that, the issue of efficiency. So I think what the statement is saying is that once you work on efficiency of the component, you get the overall efficiency, then you get the overall component. But someone may be stubborn and say, why not just add the efficiency? Why should it be product?
Why not efficiency? Why not add efficiency? Since efficiency is a ratio, is not my problem in my application.
So just to complete the statement, it says that therefore the overall efficiency of the solar system can be improved by improving the thermal efficiency of the system. This is just a good information that I thought I would speak out. Now on page 37, if you look at section 241, introduction to simulations. Now I went through this and I was wondering, do we really need this literature? Or what simulation is? Because when you look at the introduction, it's basically trying to explain or to describe whatever simulation, and it feels like this would be very good content for sport professors. But yeah, I think the assumption is that maybe just one discussion was like, and then but it's just for studies.
But also to be sincere, though we may assume that people here know simulation, of course not everybody knows what the simulation, because I can say I find it difficult to introduce someone to simulation when I have that assumption. First of all, they need to know what the simulations are. Then they need to know what the simulations can do or have done. And then to develop a simulation is also a different concept, because it develops a numerical method, because I have to know my system, and then after knowing my system, which equations govern it, how do I convert those equations to a descriptive form that requires numerical methods, which not everybody understands which numerical method is suitable for a given set of equations. And then after even implementing them, it's like not everybody is good at a suitable computing environment or programming language. You may find that everybody was introduced to MATLAB, but MATLAB eats the resources of the computer. So if I have a code which runs longer, it may take longer if it is in MATLAB than maybe in Fortran. Such information needs some prior experience in the troubles in debugging, which most people don't know.
I think it sort of falls back to who your audience is, and remember this is the PhD thing, and we're expected to think at the same level. And therefore, I think it still goes back to who the audience is in that report. But it's something that much as I appreciate what you say. Now, on page 38, that first paragraph of section 214. This is, you fuse it into a paragraph, but when I go through the content, I feel it's becoming outline presentation. So, because I'm seeing the steps for developing simulation include that, so I think for granted, you would consider adding it in an outline form. Number one is number two is and so on. That is just for consideration. And then when you go to page 42, 46. For simulation of test systems. This is a fairly elaborate review of works on the systems. But I realize that the study falls short in clarifying gaps. I still feel that because you state this very good content that I'm seeing, there's 1, 3, almost 10 paragraphs. Very good content, the works that have been done. But I didn't see, I really want to see you saying that yes, this was done, but this was done by the because I think that is a very important section. So probably there are gaps in those past works. You need to state them as justification for the study. Then page 46 to 57. The part of content of section 2.5 is control system and solar system. Is this content relevant to this level of study? So this is about control systems in solar systems. You have some content. Again, for example, the other where I had a problem with some information. The simulation. This one seems to give us quite a bit of content. It is quite good for electronics and engineering. But again, something to think about, like it's very relevant. I propose that you do that section and only include information explicitly relevant to the study. So that's the literature review. If we go to materials and methods, I have a general comment. I think the section on materials and methods is quite elaborate. And by that I mean not just showcasing the materials and methods. In my opinion, it seems to even go deeper into presenting some results. Some of the results. I don't know that that's a new style of presenting, but I feel that this chapter has bits of results which have a separate section, a separate chapter. So to me, I expect the content of this chapter, materials and methods, to present procedures, treatments, materials used in the study. But this is something that you can deal with this provider. Maybe at this level, you cannot have the liberty. What just saying, but some observation which I thought I would share, that will give some piece of results. When you go to page 59, here, 3.1, which is also up here. Is it possible for you to get us? Here it's figure 3.1. Schematic diagram showing the problems of the mechanical thermostat. If someone looks at this first time, starts wondering, waste 1, waste 2, waste 2. I know the text you didn't get the text. I feel that if possible, it would be clear that T1 is here with direct arrow, just like you have those other tables. T1 is at this point, T2 at this point. I imagine these are where we have the thermocouples.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. So we also need to know where the thermocouples are. And then if possible, you improve on the platter. There's too much work in here. Maybe it's not possible, but you need to make the figure be enough. So we need to know the actual position of the thermocouples. That's something that we can take up. On page 62, there is that fluid that we decided to use. Confirm that this is what we use. The thermia. That's what we use. Okay. Now the statement there that share thermia big oil whose material properties are provided in table 2.2 was used throughout the experiment as a heat storage material. Thermal transfer fluid and as an expansion oil. And the question is, what was the consideration for this? Remember, I did see that, in that section where we have the various rules associated and the pieces, where the gaps are and form vectors. So it came up in this chapter. What were your considerations for this?
Actually, the first choice is more on measuring. Because like this before, because of course we could have put sunflower, but of course sunflower is a new item coming in. And that's why you see in this one, the thermia I used, because it has stayed for some time, I had to measure its properties, because we know that when the oil stays exposed or stays for some time, it reacts with air and some properties change. Since my property of interest was but that's why I had to measure it and see whether it still lies in the range of the value of the
You know the nature of this experiments, you are aware that we are so mindful about the quality of the outcome. And therefore, whatever I'm using has to have quality assurance. So what assurance did we have that technology we use? Because you yourself have seen that it stayed for a while. So what assurance do we have that the algorithms that we came up with worth it? Even the oil we use?
I measured the oil expansion, okay? Because it is there. I had to it out and measure it. Its expansion, which was the value given in the manufacturer is still the same value. So what I got the range I obtained is still the manufacturer value because that's when they say
Compared to the manufacturer's value.
yeah.
Oh, that's so important.
So then that's when I had so
we have vast expansion within the text.
yes, it's there in the text.
That's good. Because even when you're using, for instance, sensors,
and estimating the equivalent volumes because I estimated
but that's very important, yeah, it's important, especially to make difference in the manufacturer's figure, to assurance that the outcome of the experiment is what it should be. When you go to page 73, figure 3.7, now, this is a very, very interesting. This very figure here is very interesting one. This schematic diagram of the cooking pot. It seems the cooking pot comes into contact with oil.
yes, that's
As indeed got an impact, what's the implication on the entire setup?
and in this case just to ensure a good thermal contact. And of course, when you have a good thermal contact, then
So the reason why you took that route is to ensure the thermal contact.
yes,
But if you look at the practicability,
the capability, of course, it will be modified.
maybe in future it would be push for studies that involve without that contact but ensuring efficiency. That would be a very interesting study.
Of course, it is possible to have a material which is a good conductor, but does not, but it's not affected by at the operating temperature that change its property. In that case, that material can be put in between where the oil is passing and the pot.
Now when I look at the diagram, not just if you go by the sketch, you will not get the exact thing, but I think this is why we have 2 centimeters and then 1 centimeter. This is 2 centimeters, right? This does, and then this 1 centimeter.
Yeah, that's one thing.
This is 2. Now, what informed the choice? You could have used 3 centimeters or 2 centimeters. Why 2 and 1?
That's true. Okay. Of course, we don't need the oil to flow very fast. When there is 2, the oil comes in faster. And remember from the results, when the oil is moving faster, then we lose more energy in the down. Because we found that it is better for the oil to begin flowing at a faster rate and then reduce the flow rate. Because when more energy comes in, then the water attains the boiling point, then in that case we don't need to supply more energy because the full energy there is for smart. So the purpose why we have this diameter smaller to minimize.
I'm not trying to smallness, I'm trying to voice of that figure. Like for instance, instead of taking 2 centimeters, you have taken 1.5 centimeters. Why 2?
No, now just because the pipe is like very
Okay. So you went by the size of the pipe.
yes.
I think that has to come out here. Otherwise, I think someone will ask. But you had no choice but to go by the size of the pipe.
Yes.
But also, you need to be able to convince notice that actually that size doesn't impact on the outcome of one another.
Of course, it is possible to decide on which size exactly is appropriate for this system, but in that case, it will need some simulation. Because in that case, I may have to try. If the size is a half a centimeter, do I have enough or more heat transfer? If it is 1 centimeter, do I have more heat transfer? And then, of course, I'm sure that is at one size where we shall have a better or a faster or efficient transfer to the import. But that one requires a number of tests.
And you drill holes in the 5 holes.
Maybe imports.
The 5 holes that are 6 millimeters that are drilled. People is based around the circumference of the hole. Can you show where?
Now, just suppose here I should have indicated another hand line here.
Exactly. That's why I want to
I should have written another hand line. But the purpose of putting those holes is to make sure that this hole does not easily overflow, or is a bit lower than near this edge to avoid accidents.
Is there a room over adjusting this figure so that because it's important, because now when we leave it like that, someone will think that hole. But actually, there's a hole there. Let us look at the hole.
Yes.
There's a hole there because now when you let it overflow, that is an aspect of quality control. So that's make it say that that's bad. Then take 81. The table, I'm seeing there a different oil type used.
Yes.
Maybe the rest of 6 liters instead of 5.
Yes.
This kind of type, maybe it's a different business.
Now this experiment was performed at the purpose attending you and attending you. The Norwegian University of Salsa the process. So the experiment, we found it already set, and for me, I only you had to run it to get my data results, which I use to budget my simulation. So by then, the oil which they had there was this, and then I only had to get its properties to use to put them in my simulation.
So it has,
But I can.
it has nothing to do with the other setup, because this is now simulation.
Yes.
The other is development of the system. It's another type of oil.
Yes. No.
There's no relationship here. In other words, the use of the different types of oil will impact on the results of the other.
Most of these farm oils, their properties, they don't differ much. There's where some of it in them who perform the comparison between the different, there are certain types of farm oils in Algeria, and they decided their performance, and the differences were not much. Even more so if I go, if there's the work done by Swaleh in South Africa, where you compare the Samiafi and sunflower, of course you see that the differences are not much. So in this case, that's why it is the difference.
So we can quickly go to the results and discussion. The beginning there, I feel that we needed to have some kind of preamble for the growth chemical. But we start off with the growth mechanical system, we discussed concept there. I feel that we have some very good structure for the growth thermostat before discussing the results.
Okay.
That's something about. Then on page 89, section 413, charging meter profiles. where the developed thermostat assembled as shown in figure 3.5 was preset to the charging temperatures 116, 150, and 200. So my question is, what informed the selection for these temperatures? What informed that you could have taken maybe 120, 130, 200? Why in these three?
Why is there? Maybe say we needed something close to 100 because thermal system at least beginning from 100. Remember using the thermal transfer fuels, water I think is the one which limits to be at 100. And then we thought that if we need oil, if we need a temperature of 100, then in the test system it should be a bit higher, so that by the time it is transferred, then it will be at 100. So the system was you just need a part that is above 100 but not far. And the one of 150, we just need to see in between, is there any big difference in the result that we can get. But for 200, of course, from literature, the Galaha performed taking experiments on Angela. It was a simulation from that the appropriate temperature for the taking for the baking pan, which we get around 200, and that's one of the experiments that made us that 200 is common in the test system. If you expect more thermal losses, then you can go to higher temperature.
I think what I'm trying to say is that this level of studies is your philosopher, so you need to be able to critically discuss and all that. And I feel that the section lacked a bit of discussion. The discussion was so you need to go deeper. Exactly what you've been saying, trying to justify this.
Okay.
If you have, it may not be as elaborate as you've stated it, but just one or two statements why you could justify that. But still related to that, if you look at figures 4.2, 4.3, and 4.5, these are the interesting figures. When you look at the trend, without going deeper into the interest of time, look at figure 4.2, then 4.3, and then you go to 4.4. When I look at that trend, I'm seeing an increase in case. Maybe the case may not be the right one. But the graphs, as the temperature increases, because here temperature is increasing from 116 to 150 to 230, you compare the increase in the temperatures with the graphs. A bit of chaos increasing as the temperature increases. You have an expansion of that, that's something that you can say about that.
No, of course, when you say there is an increase in chaos, there is an increase in temperature, and chaos in physics, and I don't know if it's described in terms of entropy. Entropy is not to increase in temperature. So it looks to be normal. That is expected.
Yeah, but that is not so critical. You need to go deeper into that. You may not respond right now. You can look at them again, critical, and then try to think of why this one is more polar than the other, and then it becomes worse than the other. Yes, we expected that.
Okay, maybe if you can try to go into the KFC. First, if you look at the graphs, which that there is a slight increase in temperature. First time it opened at a lower temperature, next time it opened at a slightly higher temperature, next time it opened like that. That is maybe one of the descriptions of what you are going to tell us. And in explaining that, there are two possible explanations. First of all, from the equation for the energy supply. If I give you from this equation here, the energy supplied in heating in the heating chamber is used to heat oil and then to the surrounding air. But since the surrounding air, in the beginning, the ambient temperature is at 25. Air surrounding the heating chamber. So as time goes, that temperature also keeps on increasing slightly. Then it means since heat loss depends on the difference in the temperature in the heating chamber and the temperature of the surrounding air, then the heat loss is not constant. There are some few changes, and that explains that slight increment. That's one reason. The other reason is inside the pneumatic cylinder. Remember, the expansion system has a copper coil. One end is sealed with the tap, has a tap which is locked, and this other end has a pneumatic cylinder, and the whole system is filled with oil. Now, this pneumatic cylinder here, when the oil expands, it is pushed down and up. Inside that, it has rubber seals, and those rubber seals are the ones that keep the oil not leaking. So as it keeps on contracting, expanding, this oil also leaks little by little around those rubber seals. So if there is any slight change in the quantity of oil inside there, that also affects the sensitivity of the
Maybe just in the interest of time, if you can package the discussion, well, that's very good. You can package that and have it then. I think it would take half your page 95, section 4.414. Setting the constant and what is this section demonstrating given the results in the previous section?
Actually, you see, during developing, there are some other things that happen that change or that have the system. Now, this mechanical thermostat is to first perform the first results, and then somehow we left it for 3 months, and then when we come back to repeat the experiment, then the results did not come out exactly as expected. So in trying to know why, what may be the reason, and that's when this graph is here. So we found that when it stays longer unused, there is some leakage on these rubber seals. Like also in the car also the system of the car operates in a similar way. When the car stays parked for some time or some 4 months, then the brake fluid also leaks, and when you come to use it, it may not be.
In this section
now
either way or it was planned?
No, this section came in as a by the way, but before that it is important, and then that's why I include it.
Because where I'm saying that the settlement data which you offer the experiment that produced figures 4.5 months after producing the other figures.
Yes.
When the discussion system developed. So I would ask that why is this a planned activity or a risk-based? But this co-occurrence points to the possibility of the qualitative control issue.
Yes.
In the setup. I know that it was started, but when I look at the recommendations, what you say that I think we gave some guidance to improve on that. But however, this will require a study for selection.
But here, we make the issue that air entered into the expansion system, and if air has entered into the expansion system, how will it behave?
So we have assurance that the results that we have were before that.
Yes. And that's why this one is there in case someone asks, okay, what if the expansion system, because I say air-free oil is filled in the expansion system. So someone said, if there is some slight air that has leaked into the expansion system, what will happen? How is it there? And this is the graph here. quantified that shows us how to do it.
I think if you can have a discussion section, it's quite important, especially on the part of those who are so keen in the qualitative results or the control results. When you look at page 1 to 4 as possibly going up, it is where 1 to 4 to 1 to 8. I'm seeing reporting for water and oil, the quantity of water and oil. Water in kilograms. I thought it was a consistent part working on liters. No, the government expansion is.
The quantity of oil, or now I mean the flow at 48 grams.
So it's where, for instance, on page 1 to 4, there's water there, or half a kilogram of water. When you go to the table of the next page, in the table,
Actually,
oil is in kilograms. What about liters?
that is still on the quality of the experiment. Because if I perform it, if I actually measure the weights of that water, I need to measure its volume. Then I find that it's better I put that one, since we don't have temperature. Then even this oil, how I measure the flow rate, I'll let it flow constantly, so continuously at a given flow rate. Then I will measure the different quantity of oil I've collected, and the easiest option was to put it after waiting for 2 minutes. I put it on the weighing scale, and then I know in 2 minutes I had this 1 kg of oil. And since I know mass, for mass is constant, but for volume this oil is expanding. So if I put it in volume, there are many issues because the volume
Just have a certain example that says exactly what you're saying. So discussion.
Okay.
Because someone will still want to know why, because it's a fluid,
Yeah.
But now you say that the tendency of the volume and mass is constant. I think it would be nice if you have a statement there. Puts that rest. If you fact the last paragraph of section 44. The statement is there that this paragraph shows that there is an optimum discharge flow rate between 6.5 and 2.8.
Once again.
That's paragraph of section 44. Page 1. Yes. Exactly the last sentence of that part. That this paragraph shows that there is an optimum discharge rate, a flow rate between that and that, where maximum efficiency can be achieved. So you're saying that there's an optimum discharge flow rate between 6.5 and 2.5. Why not? What about between 2.8 and 2.1? Would be the other side. You have a 6.8, 6.5, 2.8, and 2.1. You're saying the optimum is between these first two. Would as well be between the other two.
It's possible.
But possible. So how do we do that?
Just because
It's a very strong statement. And you've okay said that it's possible to do that.
why I say this because I was looking at the difference between the efficiency and the storage, and look at table 4.3 on the same page. So this episode at 2.1 is 14.1, and the one at 2.8 at 2.5, and the one at 6.5 at 13.0. So I look at the value should be 6.5 and 2.8.
No, not exactly. Because it looks like 2.8, where we have the 2.5%, like it's something like this.
Yes.
Just a lot of the figure.
So I get there is a possibility that is between there.
Yes, so
One range.
yes, you can see how you can restructure that statement. For instance, that Just bit on this as a discussion. What if you asked to show, you know, you have so much of this on 1D, the distribution model. This question always comes up. We always say, this is our model, this is our model. The model could be prototype, could be equation, could be parameters, and package to make a model. Now, if one asks you to show them your 1D dynamic distribution model for artificially quantified single target system, what do you show? What is that model? What is it? What is it? You say you wrote the model now. What is it? What is it?
Okay. Now you're telling me the issue like of that simulation.
What do you need a simulation model?
Now for the simulation, we only follow it up on the computer. For the model, I look at it as what links the physical to the mathematical aspect. So those are the equations. There's the parameters according to what I've decided to observe. So in this case, in my view, I look at I observe the mass, momentum, and energy. And since the terms from mass, since I used to feel the constant, density, capacity, flow is showing up. It's called
Yeah, if you write a paper, an article, just looking at that objective, the 1D dynamic simulation model, at the end of the video, what would you show as your model?
what I will show my model.
Maybe I may put it this way. In the conclusion, you say that you have now developed a model, in other words, you have managed to fulfill your objective. So in conclusion, is how you look back in that conclusion. Now, this is
In my view, I look at in most cases, because I've looked at the papers for models followed. Unless if it was a simulation, we should have it heads on the screen. But in most cases, they are the model of what the model is observed.
Okay, maybe that's something you will take up with your supervisor and maybe examine and further engage on that because I'm not satisfied with that. Now, in conclusion and recommendations, page 118. The fact that inside we have some figures there. These efficiencies 8.8, that 5.8, 8.4 were achieved. And when I looked back at the content, because I was so keen, maybe I missed it, I couldn't see these figures in the content in the text.
What's the name of the page?
Page 118, conclusions. Let's take this out anything you have some efficiencies quoted there for some figures quoted there as system efficiencies. And I went through some them in the data. Are they there?
That one, I explained this before. That's table where we calculate the efficiencies. Remember, when you are calculating the efficiency, the significant figure is also matter. Now, I was using watt hour. And what we are in 200 like that. Yeah. See, these values here are 200 and 44. Now, in my view, if I have this value, I have different value of efficiency if I divide this with this. Now, if someone says no, 1 hour is not a standard unit. produce kilowatt hour. If I convert this to kilowatt hour, I have 0.2. And in that case, I will cancel some of the digital ones when I convert it. And so,
yes, I hear you, but as long as you put a figure in the conclusion and it's not in the text, then you have a problem.
no, so I was coming to tell you that those were the first values for our store.
So they're not there.
So I can suggest which I can modify. So I said it there just because I think you can see the document we have is kilowatt hour. Kilowatt hour. And that is more than one industry, but I have noted that.
Because now, the conclusion you're concluding basically summarizing what's in there. And if you're going to quote any single figure that's going to be concluded, it has to be supported somewhere. So I wanted, yes, when I looked at the efficiencies and I wanted to get more details about this, so I went back to the text. But I think it will take them out. And on page 120, the statement there, the level of statement. On page 120, we got the mechanical thermostat was tested using energy from the electric grid. It is need to be tested using the solar heating system. So I think this is a very interesting study. It has an element of practicability. It's a fair recommendation. And so, but having said that, I'm thinking that we technical science and tends to so much into the experimental and all that, and we fall short on handling aspects of economics. It will be so interesting to have studies where you will study economics of experiments to make them attractive to technocrats and financial where you finance, not just financial, but also financial industry. So I think that is also very deep and interesting conversation that we will have your study. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to engage Mr. Swaleh, and back to you.
Thank you very much for coming here for once again. That very exhaustive engagement with our candidate, which will definitely go towards improving his work. Okay, so let's move on to the next stage, which is the interaction with the five-person committee. Before the technical team comes on board, they have a set of comments. Okay? One that is really guideline comments, and then some observations. So these guideline comments, what we're expecting to see in the peer process. So when it's lacking, we highlight them so that they act with it. So we are not negotiating over them because they should be there, so that our theses are uniform. So one is there's a cover page that we now submit documents to the Directorate of Private Training. It's no longer research and document, so this page should be there. This list of acronyms that should be arranged in our alphabetical order. I see them in all kinds of order. 3 abstracts should be fitted onto one page, not 3 pages, 1 page. And we don't do this by reducing the size of the font, but by summarizing the content on 1 page. Yes, the smart verbs should be different for the specific objective. Yes, there you're developing everything. So we want to see different smart verbs for the different specific. It shows depth of the contents that you have. Significance, you have unfortunately been called out by NDP 3 and 4. So we should be seeing your study contributing. I don't think it's any contributions either of them in your write-up. So that contribution is a requirement, so that we appreciate that this study contributes to a specific government program. Okay? Illustration. clear and legible. All of them are explained through, some are clear, some are not. So where they are not clear, they should be worked upon so that very, very clear and easy. References listed using one consistent style. You know the style we use here, and it should be consistent throughout so that it's there. Appendices, you have no materials in appendices. So you need to at least have key either shells or frameworks of what has informed or contributed to your writer. Okay, so that should be there. You know that the details are, I don't know why they're still submitting CVs, but yes, it should be somewhere. Okay, so that we see that it's okay. So those ones should be there. And now I just have a few comments. I'm a user, and I definitely appreciate the study. I note you have simulations, you have experimental setups, and then you have unexperimental setups. So the back of my mind, I was thinking, you use these simulations to inform your experimental setups. Or you're developing an experiment based on a simulation you've made or somebody else's. Okay, so when I see you developing, first of all, develop the controller, and then develop the data system, and then go to simulate a simple system. What comes to my mind is where, on what framework do you develop that's something to think about. Because really, that's my kind of mindset I have. Then the other thing is, at the end of the day, this is a booking system. It has different frameworks, it has different components, it has different controls and whatever you want to put in there. And me as a user, I want to work with a system that is most efficient, gives me the database conditions, less, gives me optimal outputs as long as possible. Okay. Now, then I skim through my records here and I note, just a moment. I look at Ochola, that's something to look at. I look at Robinson, Omoni, there's a cooking unit with some components, those are MSc level. I go to the PhD level, I look at Dr. Kajuba as a solar system, and so on, cooking unit. I got Dr. Chachiga. Dr. Chachiga is a doctor, yes. Yes, he is. I qualify him as a doctor because he's coping with all our requirements.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, so he has a system as well. When you come up with a system, so I'm asking myself, with these systems, with these components speak to each other. Are we learning from each? I know that you will tell me the different approaches and so on, but at the end of the day, I want a system that is most efficient. We learn from these approaches that these others do, the others have done, and then so they did form, for example, Chachiga's work, or did you learn something from Chachiga's work, or anything Chachiga's work? Yeah, so this is what I'm struggling with. So these things should speak to each other because it doesn't matter what you do. At the end of the day, me as a user, I want an efficient system. I don't care whether it is using, the other thing is oil. I see lots of oil here. I was wondering whether I can use my cooking oil, I can use my paraffin, I can use the others. I'm looking for the most, the cheapest I can use so that it works. Okay. Yeah, so that leads to the materials because I see a setup like that. And I ask myself, what's the availability? I know you say most of the materials were available locally, except there's a component that came from services. Just a rough, give me a rough look of what how it costs, no simple setup there. Because that gives me an idea of what that translates later. Okay, those are my observations, and I will challenge you just write a technical brief, two-page technical brief of what you've done here, so that it serves you. So that would be good, so that taking this forward, everybody else can appreciate the work you've done. Lastly, I am happy our editor-in-chief is here. So we need to fast track our journal so that our students don't publish in Tanzania. Thank you. Let's move on. I'll then now move on systematically. Let me start with Dr. Oyemwa. Thank you very much, sir, for coming to be part of our programs.
Thank you, Chair. Most of the questions, comments, as mentioned them, I will just not going to repeat some of the things. The first one, shared family. Is it edible oil? Okay. Now I'm imagining we are circulating this way. And we are boiling water. We are cooking food. What happened? Assuming it leaks.
Try to complete that.
How do you take care of the leakages? Possible leakages?
The possible leakage, that was in controlling the flow, and then also look at the design of the cooking board. I tried to make sure that it's covered. Somehow covered this door, don't see. But I think in practice, how it is sealed a certified. Because even here you see in this little thermostat also had a certified this pipe here. So in case some oil gets tapped, I'll say or pressed down here, you should have an escape route. And so even here in the community, and try to provide that. Although we didn't go much into designing for the system of the testing.
You mentioned somewhere in your work that you prefer shared family over other oils. But the recent literature is showing that sunflower oil, which is edible, should be used in food cooking setup. And you talked about availability. And when you look around, sunflower is readily available. In fact, when you ask people about sheltamia, the majority of people are not aware. So I still think that somewhere, somehow, we should recommend that future studies should use sunflower. And then another aspect that I need to mention is the florins. We have different florins. And I was wondering, I didn't see any flow meter in the setup. So how were you get to these? Yes.
I chose them, I'm sure they know I'll say 90% using visual perception. You would open the valve to the one that is going to the down, and then you will observe the thickness of that oil. So if it is say even value, it means the oil is flowing at a constant rate. And then I collect the oil for a certain time, and then you measure that oil, then I also continue to expand. experiment was for this fluid, whereby this fluid was collected in this time, maybe in 2 minutes, and then that gives me the flow rate for this kind of experiment.
So what was the motivation for running away from the flow meter? Cost. So you need to understand that it is true having a flow meter is expensive.
The flow meter must be a flow meter which can work at the high temperature, and then that takes you to the inside, and also the commercial flow meters, they don't want to give that information. They want to only buy and then close.
Now, you use Python 2.7 code.
Yes.
I couldn't see the code in the appendices.
Okay.
This I wanted to have to see that so that
The code is there.
yeah, it is missing, and the other day I mentioned something about having an appendix. That is very, very important, so that if somebody is interested in verifying what you have done, it is easy. And then temperature. I see you were doing this at a certain fixed temperature. An example is the 200 plus or minus 25. Then there's another one, 200 plus or minus 9. Tell me something. How were you doing your error? Yeah, those errors. How were you making them?
You see, that one comes in here because you can observe here in the beginning, after partially opening the valve, of course you have disrupted the system, and you leave it alone, so it tries to stabilize, and then that's when you see it stabilize. So in this case, I just adjusted it, and then in the beginning you see the fluctuation after 30 minutes. So in the first 30 minutes, that's where we have that temperature range, plus or minus 25. So after 30 minutes, it has stabilized a little bit. That's when you have to check so plus or minus 9.
I didn't see that in the book also. How the error.
Okay.
The error. So
Have the error.
you have it.
Okay, but it's obtained by the maximum minus the minimum,
And then the load, the cooking load. 0.5 kilograms of water. What informed that decision?
What informed the decision?
Yeah, because big system is only liquid. Now, water, you have put a lot of oil, you spend a lot of energy doing these things, and you only use it.
Okay, since it wasn't maybe the main objective, I want enough to say, if I begin with a big one, with a larger quantity, what if it doesn't spoil? So I can back start with smaller. So when I started with the smaller one, then I had now again after that I had to go to other analysis. I think maybe I could say I need to come back to try it for me. Now what it is 1 kilogram, so 1 liter or 1 kilogram. Maybe I should retry for higher. But for this half liter, then I can easily estimate. And more so, you are saying I'm using a big system for a small quantity. I didn't use the whole of it. Actually, I have a section where I try to do what is sizing. If I have my food which requires this amount of energy, then how much quantity of oil do I need that is at this temperature? I did some of that where I didn't present it here.
Because I saw somewhere, you use 32 liters.
Yeah, now 32 is what was in there initially. But when here it flows, if you look at this, if you look at this, it's like this energy only we use the 1.272 kilograms. Here we use 1, here we use 3. So this is the actual quantity of oil that we use. out of the certain 2 liters.
Now, where can you use this system practically?
Practically.
If, assuming someone came with money, yes, I'm going to buy this.
Going to buy it,
Yeah.
Actually,
Where can I use it?
where you can use it.
Yes.
No, at the moment it was being developed, but I see 2 options in your application. Because when you say where can I use it, that means do I have it somewhere set up and someone can come and use it, or have already posted it and already I know this one costs this, someone can come and buy it and this is how much it was produced, or maybe if it has this much you can take it. Also another option is that if I'm using it, I might say it's like how long will I last with it without issues? I'm saying your question.
Yes. Those are the things that I'm asking. So you should take note that just like they say, such things, they should live somewhere.
Yes.
And you should target the users. So the cost aspect is very, very important.
Okay.
Because we spend a lot of money. Some good time when we come up to this.
But in my view, the system is impractical. But because now remember, when you can't test all the options to come up with, because you have constraints, you have to do it's like maybe the project that you are in, they say this is what they're interested in. If you want something, say, why don't I try this option? You say, you try it later, but this time we want this. But there are a number of options that can be worked on it. About the oil quantity, it can take a small quantity, that's why I had to show you that. That means that if you size it down to the smaller size, depends on how much energy do I need. More so, we need to know how much energy you use to cook a meal. Because that research, I think, there are few papers that have that information.
So I was
there.
why I asked you that question, in the cooking pot, so you had a bigger such a system can be used. When you go to schools, you see people are using a lot of firewood for cooking. So I was thinking that's the direction we should be taking. Then page 92, you talked about energy meter reading. Which energy meter do you use? I still didn't see that in the one.
It was there at Zama. I want to say now what are you going to say much about the energy meter? Though I didn't get the question, but I can introduce it was there.
No, I mean in your one.
Yes, it's
You were
there.
talking about energy
But
meter.
that energy meter,
I wanted to see something like this.
yes, I have it. Hey, in the basis. Okay. I get your point, I didn't put it there.
So, you put that on. Okay, I think I've almost done. Now, you did modeling and
Yes.
simulation. Which is very good, you were asked. Now, when you see things, AI has taken over. What we used to do in a year, now you put a thing in the paper. How do you see this kind of work in the next 5 years? If you are supposed to continue along this line, how do you see yourself?
The model,
Yes.
of course, the modeling has changed. It's going to change so much. But of course, even if it's changing, we remain the logic behind it. It's like you can have, if you have a robot and you don't know how it is making decisions, then you are in the problem. So the same applies to AI. That is the only disadvantage we face with AI. It's that you can have a phone, if you don't know what the phone is doing, maybe it's spying on you, maybe it's getting whatever they did for you. So long as you don't know and you are using it, then you are somehow a slave of some boss. something, someone. So that's why he was asking me this part may be not necessary, but I was trying to build that case how control systems are developed from machine code, 4-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit, and how to move from machine language, artificial machine intelligence, and then to artificial intelligence. And in that case, as you say, how is now the model going to how do I see it in the future? All in all, it goes back, we have to first understand AI and know what algorithms are behind AI. Now, when you understand AI and how it is operating, then that's when you can use it effectively. Because I've seen people, someone will tell me that, I think I can get your code and I convert it to MATLAB, or I convert it to Fortran, which is faster. But of course, if you give them the code, they put it in ChatGPT, Open AI, then it brings in a code. But again, when the code has been given, you try to run it, it has many errors. It's okay, maybe it was designed before, you give a specific version of Fortran, or a specific version of MATLAB, and still also the errors are still there. So that tells me, that confirms that we still have to know what is taking place in AI before we base on it our program.
My last question.
Yes.
The copper coin that you use,
Yes.
you mentioned in your work that it was used as a sensor.
Yes.
Somewhere you quickly changed that you were also using some copper. I got a little bit.
Okay. Now, that takes us to temperature sensors or how to measure temperature. Now, there are different types of volume thermometers. Now, there is electrical thermometers. Those are thermocouples. In that, if a given junction is at a higher temperature, there is some small voltage which is created and it can be amplified and calibrated to say if you have this, this is the temperature. That was the thermocouples we are doing. The system of thermocouples was already designed in that I just get a file which shows me the temperature. Of course, I first tested it with the silicon in glass thermometer, 100. Now, I come to this thermocouple, this copper coil, which you say I'm also calling it a temperature sensor. Still, the other one was electrical. This one is, it depends on an expanding field. Like this liquid in glass thermometer, then they put under your arm. In that case, that bulb, the liquid in it, gains energy from your, heat from your body, then it expands. When it expands, then you see it this way increasing. And then the degree of expansion is a measure of the temperature change it has gone through. So even this copper coil, the oil inside it also expands. When it expands, we have this a pneumatic cylinder extending to show the increase.
Did you have readings of the copper coil? Because as if you were presenting measurements with the thermocouples.
Yes, the temperature measurements we have with the thermocouples. This copper coil, when the temperature changes, it will respond by the movement of the piston rod.
The reading were somewhere.
No, you see, what matters is something has happened, how has it responded? When the thermocouple temperature changes, it responds by sending a voltage which is converted to a reading I see on the screen. For the thermocouple, for the copper coil, when it senses something, it responds by moving the rod to open the slider valve. I just understood.
In the cooking pot, you had a thermocouple to
Yes.
measure the temperature of the load.
Yes.
How did you ensure that this thermocouple was not measuring the temperature of the cooking pot at the base?
At the base, no, it's, like this. It was tight. It was tight. Remember, I was showing this. Yes. Yes, it was tied here with the socket and it was hanging in the middle of this pot. Remember, the thermocouple is like now with a thread. Because I know if it is near the base and not temperature distribution may not be the same. So at least in the middle, and that's where I position it.
Thank you. Share.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Once again for coming and being with us. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I think much work has already been done by the discussion and the examiners. Except still a few things unanswered which I would want the candidate to kind of beg me from them. Actually, yes, you tried to explain this word, thermal stratification. When you are again bringing in mixing and unmixing, got confused. And aware that in your conceptual framework, you had put it there. So thermal stratification was almost looking like the head or the heart, and the ears are there. So may you kind of give me more light on this thermal stratification? Because when we talk about, for example, the word stratification is used in many things. There can be social stratification. Yeah, you put something. Now, thermally, what exactly?
You see, when we have a fluid, a hot fluid in a container, of course we know that by density difference, the water liquid will be on the top, and the less oil will be at the bottom. And in that case, we shall have a uniform temperature distribution from the top to the bottom. In that case, when that temperature, that uniform temperature distribution is what we refer to thermal classification. Now, to be more numerical, is what we call stratification in number, which is a measure of the temperature differences, the rate of change of temperature with the distance, the particular distance in that distribution down. So that's what is used to numerically quantify thermal stratification.
Yes, I expected you exactly to talk of layers of oil.
Yes.
First layer up there, I should have understood it first off. Yep.
I just want to say layers of oil. What they say, how is one layer separated from the other?
Those are your own questions. Okay, so then when you were presenting my question, wasn't happy, not many different answers like the rules. So, for example, on page 2.
Page 2.
No, on page 15, like on page 15, one of the years. Because when one reads oil in the heating chamber was heated, then comes to equation 2. What is that? Is that rate of something or what? Somebody just wonders, and me, I'm the person who is always interested in checking the dimensions of an equation.
Yes. This is power, thermal power, or energy supplied by each type.
Yeah. My main point is that whenever you present equations like this, you define the The parameters, yes. So it is easier for people to understand. The same goes to, I think, something like page 20 maybe. So page 20.
Yes, yes. Okay.
So I'm just wondering between equation 5 and 6, one is not divided by time, the other one is divided by time. So
All of them are divided by time because this P is going over time. So it's some time hidden in it.
where is the, how can I know the volume?
This is the flow, the flow rate.
So yeah, that is why I'm saying defining them is quite useful. Then I saw, yes, the graph on page 28, especially. Page 28, yes. I'm now wondering where is the energy curve from there? And which unit is it for? The energy curve, where is it from there?
I just truncated it. Just how the issue was the energy curve was uniform because it was measuring if I'm supplying I'm using
But now you are trying to explain something which is not there. At least there, you was indicating that the energy curve is also there.
that's an error.
But I'm looking for it, and I'm asking which scale is it for? Is it for the volume scale or the temperature scale?
It's an error. I was supposed to do that.
Okay. Maybe something that I would prefer to hear from you. And you will see the graphs on page 29, page 30. Yes. Page 29, yes. I would have expected, because the two graphs above there, they are following a similar trend. But the Ghana one is not. I should have expected you to explain the difference. That's what we count as physics. But if you just show us the way it appears, continue like that, then the person might be thinking, what has happened? What is this for? Why is it behaving differently?
From up, anyway, here I tried to explain that these things at the bottom were to conduction of hot oil which is at the top. It means there for some time before the cylinder valve open. When it's still there, is it conduction liquid to the bottom, and then that's why the bottom was beginning to increase, but then it's level open and then it went. Well, I didn't talk about it here. This case here, since it is very constant, there are no variations, significant variations. That's why even this way down in our significant variations.
Since you are now smiling, I can so well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the candidate. Okay, we start with slide 28. So, this is an issue that I realized throughout the thesis. The candidate ran away from complicated stuff, which I think would probably have had more physics. So let us go for it now. So I look at the blue graph and the green. So roughly I can say the blue, after 20 minutes, is showing a variation with an average around 210. So if that graph had been presented such that the zero is at around maybe 180, we'd really have seen the oscillations much more, and probably concentrated on probably quantifying that to tell us what the frequency of the oscillations are and what it would relate to in terms of the time scales in your system. But you ran away. What was the reason for that?
Now, people have said these I see them as oscillations. Another person will see them as variations in temperature. And if I see them as oscillations, then I may have to go for frequency, watt, period. If I see them as variations in temperature, they remain variations in temperature because we assume they are not uniform.
Okay. So now, in terms of this experiment, what do you look at them as? Oscillations.
Yes.
According to the explanation. So if I was quantifying oscillations in any physics problem, the right characteristic is frequency.
Yes.
So, and you mentioned nothing about that frequency. And later on, that is going to become a very big question where we are headed to. I just don't know why you didn't consider that.
But in the thesis that part, especially energy, because I tried to look at how much energy is released for each opening. It's like the oil comes in, then the valve closes. It's heated in to a given temperature, then it opens. Then the oil comes in, it opens, it closes. It gets heated to a given temperature, goes up. I had a table of that, even indicating the time. Because now in my interest, I was trying to estimate how much energy is used in heating that oil at that frequency. And there is a table which talks about it. So I saw it as a frequency, so I didn't read it out clearly as a frequency in the thesis. As associations.
And indeed, for me, it is my complaint. I really have love, because at least that is an outlet to show that indeed there is some physics going on in the background. So, and again, on that same figure there, look at the black one.
Yes.
It was clearly showing there's some average value around 50. You mentioned nothing about it, and you simply go away. Later on, when you invoke your dynamic model, I'll come and I'll be pointing you at those very graphs. That the problem or the experiment was showing something is going on to guide you. You threw it away, and then you went on. Then where I went is where we are going to fight. Because the information, according to me, is here, it is available, although we didn't use it. And indeed, I think the chair also commented about it. There seems to be a divide between your experiment and the simulation that you carried out. The two don't seem to communicate. I wonder how they came to be in the same study. If they are not connected in any way, for me they shouldn't. If they are connected, we should see things come from here into the simulation. Is it me who didn't read the thesis well?
No, you read it well. The system in the simulation was a single term, and the second objective is for the three term. And since we are studying in our conceptual framework, we are looking at the thermal stratification. The one for the three term, we did not complete it on time. Remember, this is the period. This work has a period complete. So it stops in the middle. But this one for the single term, since the experiment was very large, the one we did first, because we began developing the simulation first, and then in between, we have to come and as why we have the simulation part is for the single term, and yet the second objective is for the three term. This the one for the single term, the experiment was already developed, and we needed to see, and we studied the various options. For the single term, we started, but we did not complete.
Okay. So maybe we start with the slide before we go to the book. Slide 23. So you said you discretized your equations in the one dynamic using the forward in time, forward in space y. Among us, there's so many schemes. You chose the one that is most problematic. At least the forwarding space I know. Why?
I may not give a little exact reason why, but I had read more about this forwarding time forwarding space. Then I said, why you don't first give me this one? Can't it give me reasonable results? Because it is true, as we say, we can have a number of schemes that we can use, but of course you can't use all, you can't test all of them. So since I had used forwarding time forwarding in space, then I said, okay, why don't I use this? Can't it give me results that are close to experimental results? That's the reason.
Well, now the bad news is, if you had actually your first test had been forward in time and centered in space, your model was going to work much better. Quite deadly, but I think the solution in this would have lied in literature review. In fact, I thought that is the answer you were going to give, that you had read in literature, that if you ever wanted things to come out matching an experiment, usually the most natural scheme is the centered in space, because it seems to average out things. And then, along the same line, how do you choose the delta T and the delta X? What do you base on? How big were they? I also commented in the book, the information anything?
It is there.
My book is here. I saw where you wrote. You picked some numbers, and I'm like, you give no reason, no justification why you chose those particular ones. And yet, you have just had an experience of an experiment. At least you should have told us maybe from the experiment that I carried out, I realized you were very quiet. So maybe your reasons were much more specific to this discretization. And those are the answers now I would want to hear.
Okay, this was an explicit scheme, and the energy given was a hyperbolic one, and from literature is referenced by Andrew, so that the product, the ratio of the time step to the spatial step should be a value that is, if the value is less than 1, then this decimation results are stable. If it's more than 1, the decimation results are not stable. And basing on that, that's where we have to choose the time step and the best step. One I remember was 0.015, then 0.0125, 0.125, and the time space was 0.1.
And that is the reason why I'm here complaining. That was very arbitrary in the way you chose them. I looked at them and I'm like, why did they? I went back and checked through your thesis. And of course, the only place I was bound to go is back to your experiment. So I remember when the discussant was asking about the width of the pipes. I was like, maybe it started here. And when you are answering him, there seemed to be, I think maybe you overlooked it. But for me, just those widths of pipes, the way you chose them, that should have been the first point. For example, when you mentioned that the pneumatic cylinder could move up by 2.5, for me those are things. The system was communicating, you know what? There's something specific with 2.5 centimeters. There's something very critical in this particular system when things are like this. So how I wish you had picked for the delta X 2.5 centimeters to start with. And then you use the stability conditions to determine delta T. And then you comment your delta T to the oscillations that we have just seen. Actually, that is where our discussion should have been, but you chose to run away.
But in a way, I I have those results for the simulation. How it dies off, how where we have the different time steps. But of course, like that information is just you choose what you think is appropriate for the given audience. But for different time steps, I have that information. Except now it's like, should I put all the information in the thesis book? Or so that's why I had to choose the one I found that gave me stable. But I tested that for time steps that are less or more, we don't get stable results.
Okay, now my argument is you took the path of an engineer. For an engineer, I think in one of those so many scenarios you carried out, you left out the one that a physicist should have taken. It is informed by the basis of, for example, the oscillations you have seen. The system was saying there are some particular modes it likes. Before I went those, there are also wave numbers in the delta X, which you did not. And I really believe that is what should have informed your discussions. Indeed, if you're ever going to publish this, those are the things. There is quite a number of ways of arriving at delta X divided by delta X, delta T divided by delta X equal to a certain number. There are so many parts, but they should be informed by physics. Slide 31. There is another one. In fact, even the one before, slide 30, even that one. So you imagine, I realize in your thesis they discuss and also commented about it. That book should be, I think, 30 pages more, but you went for a compressed version. Whoever read the book would realize, okay, someone has chosen that the book is really very small. If I was going to explain what that graph shows, probably you have explained the oscillations, how they come about. The next thing is at least tell us, if I drew a line, one continuous line through the average at any given point, I'll get some smooth graph. And then you explain the smooth graph. And why do I say so? When you hear Newton's law of cooling, if you carried out an experiment, it would have those oscillations. But somehow the law is simply mentioned in the continuous graph. So I think in your next write-up, don't shy away, don't fear. The easiest way to explain is I draw one graph with a trend easy to at least talk about. Say, okay, I realize something is growing maybe exponentially, and then you give the exponential growth rate, lambda. And by doing so, you easily have discussed your results in comparison to, for example, Newton's law of cooling, which you didn't. I put my comments, lots of them like that in the book. So when the chance comes, please look at those comments. They are given in good faith. Slide 33, it was efficiency. Yeah, there you give an answer to the discussant that I want to go back to. Is it me not understanding when someone says, like you explained in the book, that to get the total efficiency, we are multiplying the efficiencies of the different subsystems? Why?
No, not me, but I say if you are the total efficiency of the system is defined by the efficiency of the different components it is composed of, where the energy is passed.
Why?
That's why it's composed of the product of the future.
It should be one an addition.
If it is one system, then this one cuts a percentage, because efficiency is a percentage. So if one part cuts off a half, then I'm left with a half. This part cuts off a third. It's cut off a third of the a half. So then to get the actual efficiency, say it's a product of the fractions.
So the problem is that when looked at that way, which is the right thing, you're telling us, okay, Leave the subsystems, these things are actually connected on the large. Okay? So it is one thing on the large. And I'm saying now the efficiency that you should have quoted should be the total frequency. The total efficiency. So is that
Actually,
efficiency?
this one is referring to the overall efficiency. In literature, they only when they talk of this type of efficiency, they only consider energy that can be extracted from the test system. They don't go into how this energy is being used, because even in using it, the efficiency is lower.
Okay.
So here I was quoting the ratio of the energy that is received in the cooking pot compared to what is straight down. That's why I call it overall it's an efficiency. But in literature they don't quote that for test systems.
There is one that TAP calculated. The first test I read about this was calculated by one TAP Bernard, and they calculated some efficiency. I remember it so well. That's why I was so critical of this. It should be accounting for the overall thing. Okay, so slide 18. I'm back to the pipes. Again, you gave an answer that was not very correct. Maybe now that I've had a lot of time looking at this. So the pipe carrying rate that is called oil in, you said was 2.5 centimeters wide. That one.
As I said earlier, that we first had the available pipes.
Okay.
And then we said, okay, why should we struggle with specifying a specific diameter? Can't these ones work?
Okay.
Before we begin to insist, because we had no basis at the moment to say these ones can't work. And so when we began by those, that's where the size that we used came up. But as a method of trying to improve the system, that's when you can reduce or increase on the size of the pipe.
Okay. In any case, so is the red pipe coming in 2.5 centimeters wide, and then the one taking out is thinner. So now with the information that you have together with those past readings, what do you think? Because you gave an answer. If I were you and I know the more time oil spends around the cooking pot, it actually boils longer.
Yes.
So that should have been in your interest. And then the one carrying oil away should be thinner, isn't it?
Yes.
So a lot of oil comes and then it stays around for a longer time, only to be carried away at smaller rate, and then my system gets more efficient. That is the mechanics of the problem.
Yes.
However, you ran away, you were very, very quiet. For me, those are the reasons that should have informed your choice of pipes.
But also this element of if the liquid is coming in much faster than it moves out, then there is a possibility of this level raising up beyond.
No, you see, I think that is counterbalanced by the fact if it comes in very fast, and then the warm oil out is also very fast, no problem.
Yes.
So for me, I have no problem with that. The rate in and rate out are the ones that judge whether it will spill out or not. For me, if I want the oil to spend much longer, I just make the rate wider and the one out thinner. What a physics way of stating or justifying your way for pipes. But you didn't, and you also didn't comment about it. So, and those particular ones I want to propose that you include them in the thesis. More so if you're going to publish the work. It informs the readers that we are understanding your experiment so well. I have more For example, you mention now page 81 of your thesis. So there is your one-dimensional simulation. So you say one dimension, that thing. I was reading a book. It's a book of dynamical systems, and it says that life is inherently three-dimensional. So you have an experiment in the lab. It even contains a pot, which is never a point, it is never a line, and you say it is one-dimensional. Would you justify that?
In the simulations and logic, at times depending on the resources you have, now computer resources, and maybe on the time that you have spent, and on your experience of what you can do in that time. That's what you can decide to choose an alternative, so long as it does not deviate much from the experimental results.
Okay.
So yes, I began with the 1D, because I can't just jump to 2D and 3D when I have to find 1D. In most cases, if I go with the model from scratch, they say 1D is this, then maybe, but its results are not properly able to try 3D or 2D. So since I started with the 1D, and then I got some evidence so that 1D can also represent 3D to significant axis. So 1D is not 3D. I agree.
So in this particular case now, this is an experiment in the lab where we know this is three-dimensional. There is no question about it. Maybe computational I can't be, but I know this is three-dimensional. So I think the right approach should have been, you carry out your 1D, okay, you run the simulation,
Yes.
and then maybe you try to calculate, say, the coefficient of friction, the coefficient of thermal expansion, and then I try to check that and compare what it should have been in 3D. How about that? So the simulation alone, and then I run this, I get the 3D version, and maybe I try to multiply that by 3, maybe. You didn't go that way for you, you took a one-on-one. And I think that was the wrong one. So while the results are okay, but their interpretation. Because my next question is, okay, what is the one dimension? Did you take X, Y, or Z? Then if you say X and say, okay, so is X the height of the cooking pot? If you say so, what then aligned really together with the, how do you call it, the valve, the piston in the pneumatic valve, in the pneumatic cylinder. And at that point you realize you had height, and then the cylinder was horizontal. So you go to Y.
In the 1D perspective, if I look at, for instance, if this is my 3D system, but energy is flowing from one end to the other. So if I discretize it in 1D, then, for instance, this volume here represented by 1 point, and the volume here represented by another point. So in this case, the average volume, the average temperature in this volume is what is represented by the temperature at the point. Yes. So in this case, I'm looking at energy, how energy is flowing. So the path of energy is what I would consider as the direction. It may not be taken as an X or Y, but of course that's the question you mentioned.
So it's now you're communicating like a mathematician. In physics, if no one dimension, I agree in terms of discretization, it would be X probably. Things move. Well, when the field changes and it's moving vertically, gravity comes in. So the one dimension for a physics problem like this one is a very strict one, I would think. It becomes a very complicated problem.
I agree with you. There are some assumptions you have either to block or to commit that. Though the 1D does this, but it changes this.
Okay. And that is my next one here. So I would expect that when you start your 1D dynamical simulation model, the idea of assumptions should really take the day. So we come out with them, be very specific about them. You know what, I'm running this thing, and I'm going to compare it to a 3D experiment, but this, I'm assuming this, and then you write all of them. You'll be amazed at how good the experiment becomes. But if you take it as a one-on-one, the resistance would be much, much bigger. Page 97 of the book, there is another question there. You would excuse me, I read the book a lot. That is why so on page 97, there is that graph. I think if we went here, yeah, that one. See, I've landed on the same topic. You think about what would have happened if you had chosen to draw that graph, ignoring the first 10 minutes. Okay? What would have happened?
The first 10 minutes.
Yeah. So you just truncate off the first 10 minutes, and then the graph starts from minute 11 going forward. So that big jump from 100 to 200 something would go away. And guess what? What look as very small bumps become very large. I don't know if you realize that when you were doing the analysis. Those are your very oscillations that you started with. They are there only that they are masked in the fact that you jump from 100 to 200.
Yeah.
So when you started the analysis, I thought, and I would propose, that you go and do exactly that. Because the moment you did, then those oscillations will become very large, which will show that indeed those are the same things that we saw. The oscillations that we had at the start, the ones that have been showing on those so many graphs that we have been looking at. Here, they are only masking that big jump. The physics is still the same. Okay? And then, look at how, I think this is minute 78, yes. How the black dotted line all of a sudden changes and goes up. And then at the same time, the graphs on the top come down.
This after switching off the heater.
What?
This is after switching off the heater.
Okay, so did you explain that? I want the physics.
Yes, the physics, okay.
I didn't see it in the book.
You don't have to explain it since we are on charging. And in this case, the charging has ended. We have switched off the heater, at least there is no charging. But to explain it here is this is oil at the top of the heating chamber, and the new one is the temperature of oil at the okay, the oil going to the storage tank. When we switch off the heater, then the oil in the heating chamber does not move. Okay, so it just loses heat to the surrounding air. I remember this heater, I did not inspect it at some point. So in this case, when it's not inspected, we lose energy at the higher rate. But when that oil is there, it is also conducting its heat to the bottom of the heater, out of the heating chamber. So the temperature of the oil at the bottom, that's why we see it spinning, because all of them are struggling to attain an equilibrium.
Okay, which is my next one. So you cut off your reading of results at the point when the experiment has not attained equilibrium. Who knows whether things were going to change? We have seen bifurcations before.
Okay, it's possible, but though our interest in it was here, the charging, in how the how the environment is going to behave on the system when it's not charging. What was our interest in identity?
Okay. So that reminds me of the plus or minus 9.
Yes.
So that 9 there, that is the delta capital T. That should have been carried in this relation. At least in this particular study, that would be a very informative way of picking a delta capital T as 9. And then the other one can be depending on the stability of the problem, but at least this one I think an experiment has given me a value to start with.
True.
Okay, so then there is page 101. I'm about to finish. So page 101 has, so there we are charging a 3D tank system, and I mentioned, I don't know the value of the book that I wrote in. So 101, I say explain the oscillations and the ladder-like shape. And further, do you think the shape would change if a different fluid was used? So I heard of the, I think Dr. Olof was asking about the cooking oils. And you also mentioned that you can't do 3D before you have done 1D. How about if you had started with water as your heat transfer fluid? What do you think would have come up?
Of course, we get published higher than 100.
Okay, but will the oscillations be there?
They can be there.
They can.
If my charging temperature is set to is that 100, then you can have it.
Okay.
But otherwise, if I set it to be at 100, the water will boil.
So then how?
And of course, boiling takes place at a fixed temperature.
So now in terms of the operationalization of the system, Dr. Olof was asking, you have chosen thermia B, and like what if there was a spill? I wouldn't care if there was a spill and the water is meant to be washing cars at the washing bay. You don't really care.
But in, also we are concerned about that because we take this oil up to the smoke point. When we take the smoke point, it produces smoke. And then that smoke is, of course, you have to go to understand what is that smoke. Is it just carbon dioxide? And that takes us to the composition of this oil, thermia B. And so you're looking more about the details of thermia B. Of course, the manufacturer, they claim it's less reactive. That's what they say, that okay, even if there is an accident, they don't expect it to react because in my case I was looking at this smoke. I expect it to if it may be having things that are not biologically friendly. But according to them, they say it is not reactive. So, of course, that was meaning the idea of sunflower. Also, sunflower can smoke. But also now, if it smokes, what is that smoke? Is it not dangerous? Maybe you may find that the one of sunflower is more dangerous than the one of thermia B. We had no information about that. But at least they told us thermia B is reactive.
Okay. One last one. Page 103. There is, for the first time you went really to the detail. I liked this. The graphs were very good, very clear. They were not masked. However, they are showing time from 0 to 5 minutes, which is very short for my liking. Can you explain why?
The time was more. Okay, then let me show you this. The paper we published
That paper should not have
had
been
these
published.
graphs. It had these details. Right, the SSA indices are too much. I was divided because I'm not around. So we only chose this graph because we said, okay, since our aim is how we energy transfer to the cooking, what to chose this graph and this graph. That's what we were thinking.
So it was a measure of, so the time here is a measure of how long it takes to
how long it's a measure of how could I bring it? In this case, this is here. We're not looking at how long it takes, but on the power, how much energy that was supplied here, like for instance, here is 1,500. How much of this energy that was lost to the cooking unit passed through the cooking unit to the cooking pot? Yes. For about time, only here on temperature, that's when we had that issue of that. We have to drop 60 minutes. Yeah, it goes beyond that. I just had to cut off the graphs so I could go.
But at least the graphs they are flattened really. So whatever you concluded when the graph has flattened is understandable. But where the graph has notched, that is my point. For example, in the previous analysis, when the graph is very short, we can't know what is going to happen later on. What if the system changes tremendously? I don't know if the reviewers of the paper mentioned something about that. We are usually concerned about what will happen later on if it is not presented.
Since there was no energy supply, because we are studying how energy is behaving, that's why it's
okay, and by the way, back to the previous graph, those ones. So don't you think, for example, I'll go for caption D, no, the subgraph D. If I look at those graphs, and a lot is really happening in the first 3 minutes.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, whatever is going on at the cooking level, it is very chaotic in the first 3 minutes. And by chaos, I mean it in the real sense of the scientific one. So things are really changing a lot. Things are unpredictable. So that time scale of 3 minutes is intrinsic to my system. I either have some orderly thing or not. And then I get to know, okay, my system is such that anything I measure before 3 minutes have passed by is not really reflective of how the system behaves. Maybe the system is adjusting to switch from the ambience to what is really going on in the experiment. And then that should really come in. So anything, any feature of the graph which does not last for more than 3 minutes should not be taken as a steady state and therefore a characteristic of the system. I waited for such sentences every time you were making a conclusion, and there was no, I kept on writing, okay, this is a very strong point, but okay, I kept on, you'll find it in so many paragraphs. What if something, what if the system was still changing? What if maybe something was going on? Please go and have some double look about it. It might change whatever your conclusions were tremendously. Let me end it at that in the interest of time. Chair, I submit.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you also for your presentation. I note that you constructed a mechanical thermostat. What was the justification for the choice of mechanical thermostat? And if not mechanical, what would it
what would it have been? The choice for the mechanical thermostat is based on the temperature, on the high temperatures that are encountered in the system. Because we try to that they try to look at the available thermostats. There are solenoids that work also in washing machines, but also those, they have plastic components because they don't expect temperature to get higher. We got one, we installed it, but still it had plastic components which don't operate at the high temperature. Then we tried to whether to acquire from the manufacturers, is it possible to have one that, okay, do they have any that they know can operate at the high temperature? So that's what we have. So the remaining option was, why can't we make one? Because thermostats depend on the properties of materials. Because the bimetallic strip is just a solid liquid. Because many too much is having different expands heated. We can use the electrical one, the thermocouples, but they need another component, electronic. But of course, we know electronic components also don't operate well at the high temperature. All that shows that we have to go to something that can sustain high, that can operate at higher temperature and above. The only remaining option was the mechanical thermostat. In this case, of course, the thermostat, for the mechanical thermostat, we prefer the one which uses a fluid, an expanding fluid. And the design that we opted for was that I've presented. And we find that there is no plastic component. This one can't operate at higher temperature. Of course, as I said in the recommendation, that the expansion system needs to be improved. That's why you find that we try to put it we try to have this part is being heated here. We try to have the pneumatic cylinder a bit far from the heated part because the pneumatic cylinder has some rubber seals.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about the system as a whole. I note, of course, that this system is meant to be used for solar cookers. In your charging, I take note that you are using electricity to charge. So if it is the solar system, then that means that you are going to use possibly PVs convert the solar energy to electricity first and then use it for charging. Now, I take note that the efficiencies you have range within from 12 to 32, if I can recall your presentation. So, now, it goes back, you said that the efficiency, the overall efficiency is going to be the product of the various components involved in the system. Now, currently available PV system or solar panels, conversion rate is about between 14 to 20%. Now, your system is about 14 to 32%. That is the charging that is charging. I was now comparing that, for example, if I now go to my PVs, then charge my batteries, available batteries have efficiencies between 80 to 95%. So how do you relate that? Your overall, imagine you have electrical conversion at 14%, then your highest efficiency charging and discharging about 32%. Compare it 14, combine it with 80 to 95%. That is in terms of acceptability of your system, looking at aspect of its system acceptability of that.
My comment on that is you are talking the electrical part of the solar is stored in the batteries, which we say I can have efficiency up to 80. But these batteries are known not to be good in supplying thermal energy, or when you connect a heater to the battery gets drained faster. Even those who use solar for heating purposes, it's in most cases direct. If they are using electrical, if not electrical, then they will use solar concentrator. So, in my view, the comparison is okay when I'm not charging the system using batteries.
But the batteries that are now many of them, so size it in such a way that they are quite a number.
Then the system may not be necessarily affordable, because the solar system, the most expensive parts are the batteries and the solar panels.
From a bit in terms of cost, I'm not so sure. Have you costed your system? Do you have an idea within typical range? Maybe to compare it to batteries?
I'm not bit much time about it.
So right now, would you say that the other one is not going to be afforded?
Since I was involved in constructing it, at least I would say when I remove the cost of the pneumatic cylinder, I don't think the rest can go beyond 1 million.
Remember, you also have a pump in your system.
Yes, but you can carry, the pump can really provide either a manual one or not electric.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to the company. Dr. Michael Grasser.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, you are not the top.
Thank you, Chair. Let's start from the first slide, the title. So I'm interested in the phrasing, whether it will now change or not, given that you have gone through the work. I'm interested in you have there the first part, experimental control methods. So I'm interested in plural, okay? Does it have to be so? Now that you did the work. And then the second part of simulation models. Does it have to be models or model? Model. So the S disappears from the simulation model, and then the other one, as the S is taken. What's the justification if you have it?
Because the method is used in developing the mechanical thermostat, not the same method in developing the thermal system.
Are you able to give us bullet points? Which are those methods? Experimental control methods. Are you able to outline them? Are you able to outline them? I just said one experimental control method was this. The other experimental control method was this. Are you able to? Yeah. I mean, if you went through the work, what's the
like the mechanical thermostat, each component is operating differently. So each component is a method of working differently. So I can't say that this or this, but if I look at each component, the methods are different. Right? The method of discharge the three-term system, how it goes to allow the hot oil to flow through a good unit of that design. That's one method of discharging the three-term system. Possibly the charging method, in this case, I charge using the mechanical thermostat. But also I can charge by having a heater at the base of the storage tank, and in that case that's a different method of charging. Also in terms of flow, for the three tank I charge using the method of charge heat, given quantity of oil, the given temperature, transfer it to the storage tank. In the simulation part, it was a continuous flow.
That is understandable, but now you have fixed yourself that you are developing experimental control method. That's why I asked, can you be able to bullet them?
Are you able to, because that's how your statement is, you are developing experimental control methods. Are you able now to picture them? So you will reflect upon that. You will reflect upon that, whether the framing will then perfectly see that. Then you go to slide 19. Slide 19. Now I'm interested in your choice of the language syntax. The three-tank system. Now, if you look at the diagram on the left, I'm interested in the role the third tank is playing. Because I think the third tank is already outside the system now. You could either collect it to somewhere or even feed it back. Okay?
Yes.
So does it qualify to could it read as a two-tank system? One tank supplies the low temperature oil, the other one the hot oil for cooking, and that's all. So once you have supplied it for cooking at that cooking point, after that where the oil goes is now where the third tank is coming. I'm going to say, is it necessary to use the third tank? Because if you use the argument of a single tank, you say the single tank carries both coal and that qualifies a single tank. Now the two tank still to carry coal and what? So meaning one tank has coal, one tank has what?
As
hot. Then now where does the third tank come in to carry what?
In terms of operation, that's when the third tank comes in. Because if the hot oil flows to the, if the hot oil is heated into the solid tank, and then if you are to begin using it, unless you say that there is a new method of using the oil in the hot tank as the oil goes directly to the hot tank, then that qualifies for the two tanks.
You know what? My thinking is that that oil which has been used for cooking could be fed back to them.
Yes, but it has to be stored for some time. And
what explains that? Because oil at a low temperature. Do you have a minimum temperature for oil at the cold tank? Is there minimum?
No.
That means you just need oil which is not yet at a capacity to cook. Okay? So which means we can feed it back. So that third tank could be bypassed. Either feed it back or collect it again, or collect whatever. So, well, you think about where we need to call the third tank, because the third tank is not playing a role in terms of being in touch with cold and hot. You can think about that. Okay? And from there, still, I want to highlight, you will help highlight that in this study, I seem to notice that there's a product, a tangible product. Okay? But you need an environment where you test it. The environment where you are testing it is this tank system and the cooking unit. So the product is a mechanical thermostat. And then the other product or outcome of this study also, you seem to say whether you're testing whether there can be a simulation model or a simulation model can be developed for such a product. Running in that system, you determine. But if the product is a thermostat, okay. Now I will wait to ask one question at the finish, because at the level of recommendation, you should now be able to give us a picture. What is the pride in the product you produce? Because research is all about the news headline, and then you must give us the flesh of the news. So you give us a headline, the product is going to the thermostat. So in other words, I'm positioning on the way you write. Could you have left out something? That's what I'm paying attention to. Here I'm questioning, do you have to call it a three tank? Why not a two tank? The same thing with the title, the way you're writing. Does it deserve to have models of model? And so the other part. Okay, and so let's go to slide 37. And that is the conclusion. Okay, you gave us a news headline, then give us a body of the news. So I wanted you to take pride and boast about those results. Because to me they are very good results. Because when you just read it as a statement, a constant temperature of 200 was possible. But then give us a perspective. What is there in the market? What is it? How easy was it to get there? Could you brag about it? Give us the news, really. And then you go to the second one also, where you're saying, I have come up with the system, the thermostat, the product, can produce this efficiency of 51.3 and 72.5. Could you brag about it? Where is your popular? Is it below? Is it above? Is it an innovation? That's really what I want to brag about. And then lastly, also brag about the models. You have given us the statements, the mean bias error is this and so on. You could tell us really that the model has these very small errors or margin or something. So I want to first you to brag on that. And then I will say my last. Because that's the news.
Because about the first conclusion,
yes.
What was a very important in literature had an error of 200 plus or minus 50. So when it is now plus or minus 90, that's an improvement. About the three-task system, for the charging efficiency, this one is a bit higher where it is the one of Almeida, which is 42. So there is an improvement in that case. For the discharge, in this case, I consider the discharge, not the overall discharge efficiency. For Mawiri's case, when he compared, his system was a bit different for continuous flow, but his discharge efficiency was 39 and 42. But for his case, he was only looking, this is the storage tank, how much energy can we get from it? He was not using it. So for my case here, I was using it in the house. So as I said, each component you add in reduces the efficiency. So for here, the one from Mawiri which starts 39, if it begins using it, it may reduce to a value which I can't predict, but at least I think that is higher. About the 1D dynamic model, this one depends on the values in literature. Since I saw that all my values intersected because literature, I would say that I go to the same values in percentage error. Because as I gave an example, if all of us had to measure the length of a phone using a meter rule, using a mechanical rule is more accurate. Of course, all what we get are rated. What matters? How do we say that you have got a different value or the same value? The ranges intersect, we say all of them got the same value for. So in this case, since my error values intersected, the ranges of the error values I obtained intersected the ranges in literature, then I would say I also get the same value as those in literature.
Okay, I asked you to say verbally because that's what I want you to do in white.
Okay.
If you ask me, because already we informed that there were also other studies that feed into this. Why can you now make that comparison and bring out the news, brag about it? This last one here, you should be able to tell us if there is an overlap with what's in literature. Then you should be able to tell us that it's a good model, it's excellent, it's fair. That's bragging that I'm looking for. Okay, compared to the other, this is much better. And then lastly, let's go to recommendations. In the recommendation, since you developed the product, and that is a mechanical thermostat, where is that now? You are losing the pride you went out to build. So you would begin with that. Could you recommend that this thermostat, much as there are no any in the market, especially mechanical ones, this could even lead to a simple industry to begin producing them, to supply some demand. I mean, so you will begin from there, as long as you highlight for us that this thermostat can operate for this storage tank system with this size not exceeding this volume, and it will have this performance parameter so that the user who will buy it will know that I'm operating within this. We are told about solar panels. The best is 14% in the field, but in the lab it's 25%. Convert the sunlight to electricity, not so. Even if it's at 14%, people are using it. Okay, you are even using it to run this eventually when you deploy it in the field. So no small value of efficiency you got or quantity you got can be put in the shell, they could still be deployed. So I was wishing that you recommend for us the product and indicate for us the performance limits so that we are aware as we take on the tools. I think, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Comments?
Maybe a comment, no questions.
No, any more?
A comment? Yes, yeah. Thank you so much for the wonderful work. Actually, this mechanical thermostat can be incorporated in our work. We have been interested in looking at how we can control the temperature during charging when we leave the system on site. And this is a very good information, and I think we can work together to see that we can incorporate this in between the heat storage and the cooking unit. Or otherwise, we can also put it between the PV system and the cooking unit to control the temperature and then the flow of the oil. A lot of oil has been discussed. You see, Professor Oirot has done a lot. I don't know why you don't mention about Rocky. He did research on Rocky oil, and he compared with the Tamiya B and also sunflower oil, and he gave his recommendation on the energy of utilization. So I think it's nice that we are coming to, you know, we are going to go to the field now to do our field testing very, very soon. So we have purely solar charging our system, and we cook in school. Thank you so much for giving this process. I say I should attend this. Yeah, thank you.
Attend because you're part of this family.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, I comment. Thank you, Dean, for this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Swaleh, soon to be doctor, for the good presentation. I'm just also, I got this up with the use of only 0.5 liters of water to test the system. I have a conviction that if after knowing that it can actually work, we have gone to larger volumes, and most likely the efficiency, the heat extraction efficiency, and even the fire efficiency possibly could be changed, and maybe even increase, because I just imagine heating a small amount of water in a pot, and then a large part is empty. Most of the heat extracted is now crossing over to the air, which is very difficult to heat. But if extracted to the water, the efficiency will go up. I think that is constant. Otherwise, the rest is so beautiful. Thank you.
I see, can you hear us? We have Professor Naida, we have Dr. Are we ready? Do you have any comments? I don't know if they can hear us. Okay, looks like there are no comments. Okay, so I think let's move on to the next stage of this, which is for the committee to convene shortly. 10 minutes, about 10 minutes to have it done, and the way we continue to have the final budget. Sorry, this is okay, good. So welcome to the public to this last segment of exam. I have also committed as assessed the candidate and awarded him an average mark of 81%. Congratulations, that we also grade as excellent, okay? So well done, thank you for coming this far. However, there are comments from 3 examiners, plus the discussant, plus the Bible procedure. So there are 5 sets of comments we need to work on. Okay, so we're going to provide a compliance report for that. So Liaz will just provide us an exhaustively address these comments and update the basis so that we provide the compliance report with updated basis to Dr. Alex Oken, who will then review it and ensure that it's complete and then recommend you for the award. So we are giving you 3 months to do this. All the comments and the books, the comments will be obtained from the Secretary of Government. Okay. So at this point, you may say something if you feel like.
say thank you to my supervisors, the doctoral committee, for actually guiding me in this journey, in which I almost don't enjoy all that the work over. And I think I don't need to say much.
Thank you very much. My really appreciate after the discussion. Thank you very much for coming through. Thank you very much. Very exhaustive discussion and something that we go forward to. So thank you for making time to do that and improve the work that we do. We thank very much the three supervisors. It's been a long journey and you should buy them something. They've brought you a long way. So make sure that you appreciate.
I'm going to buy him lunch.
Yes. We thank the funding organizations, one or more, who have enabled this work. It's a struggle. And one of the issues that delayed it is students funding. You have to get funding from one or more organizations, not sufficient. Pull that together in order for you to complete. Also thank the examiners. Very much thank Dr. Olino for this. Examining the student and making time to be part of the Bible community. We don't normally have examiners joining us in the Bible process. Thank you very much. We hope that you can continue to still support us. We thank all the examiners. Examiners, we thank today's examiners. Once again, for making time. It's been here, it's very favorable. Thank you for being here with us. We thank the public for being part of this process, supporting us and making an enriching project. And lastly, and not least, the Secretariat. So we thank you. It's enormous support. Day and night. Over so many things. There's still a lot to be able to get from them so that you complete together with ICT that supports this process and ensure that the media across the different areas can have access. Thank you very much once again for sticking with us. We apologize for waiting on this time, but when we get this kind of interaction, it's much better because all the little things are teased out. You come up with a final product which is acceptable to everyone more. So don't think negatively of us. I think we have expressed you. It's good to express it now. Then you come up with something good. Lastly, the head of physics is here, so will tell us where the pattern is. So I want good afternoon.
Different positions, different stuff.
Congratulations.